Morning everyone, welcome to the council meeting on the 15th of February. I'll just kick off with the karakia. Whakataka te hau, ki te uru, whakataka te hau, ki te tonga, kia makenakena ki uta, kia mataratara ki tai, hihi akiana ti atakura, e teo, e huka, e hauhu, ti hei, Māori order. Cease the winds from the west, cease the winds from the south. Let the breeze blow over the land, let the breeze blow over the ocean. Let the red-tipped dawn come down with a sharpened air, a touch of frost, a promise of a glorious day. Quite applicable to our colleagues up in the North Island at the moment, and just thoughts with them and the hard time that they're currently enduring. And I'm now going to adjourn the council meeting and we'll move into the final section. Do I have a second to adjourn? Thank you, Councillor Spraggan. All in favour? Anyone against?
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that, and thank you for the karakia. It's the second time within 24 hours I've heard that being said in my meeting, and I had an Auckland Risk Committee yesterday afternoon, and that was karakia, which, as you have, was pointed out as being strongly applicable and a desirable prayer, if I could use that word, for the people in Auckland. I just wanted to focus on a couple of names before we start the meeting, because I do agree, Rob, that actually this is really significant. And I mean, I know you folk like me will be watching the media. I just thought it's worthwhile just pausing for a moment to think of Dave Van Zwanenberg, who is the firefighter that is missing. One can't help but feel sadly that it's probably at the sad end of the scale. And it just makes me reflect on staff and on volunteers that are the backbone of our community. I know you guys are, and I know you guys will be thinking of the people in your community that is there. Just a couple other names that have, because I'm associated with those that I know, I keep hearing Gary Towler, the controller for Thames Coromandel responsibilities. I don't know Gary that well. He sounds awfully tired. And I'm just conscious that everybody, particularly in the North Island, is facing not their first problem. And as you know, this is a continuation. A mayor that I, Rob, rate highly is Red Stoltz. And imagine what it's like when you don't have power and you don't have water. I think, and I was reflecting on this, that perhaps in places like Southland we may be a bit more resilient, at least in the rural community. But actually, in an urban environment in particular, where you don't have water and you don't have power, you have a very disturbed community. So leadership by Polly's is really important at this stage, and I just want to do a shout out for Red. Rachel, the Deputy Controller in Auckland, I'm sorry I've forgotten Rachel's last name, benefited yesterday from being in a briefing with her. But actually there goes a person that is just plugging on in a way that is really, really important. And I've recently become associated with Napier City, of all places, and I've heard Mayor Kirsten Wise, and just reflecting how she has watched Auckland and even her neighbours Tairāwhiti suffer from this, but then all of a sudden within the last 24 hours Hawke's Bay gets absolutely slaughtered by this, including at least one, if not two deaths that are associated with it. So Rob, a bit naughty on me, but I just wanted to pause for a moment before we start the meeting to reflect on that actually within the local government family there are a bunch of people that are doing it pretty hard. So I would like to just let us pause and think on that as we start our meeting, and also think that clearly out of this will be a lot of lessons learnt, and they're ones which we as a council, and might I say quite directly, we as a risk committee should be open to learning. What is it to be resilient? What is our relationship like with our lifelines, the utility companies and with our volunteers? What are we doing in terms of protection of our infrastructure? Could we stand up the EOCs and the volunteers from within council that are needed to emergency management operate? That's for the future. But I just read those names again. Dave Van Zwanenberg, we must be worried for him and his family. People like Gary Teller, Rhett Stoltz, Rachel Kelleher and Kirsten Wise, they're doing it tough. And your karakia is one that we would wish them well in feeling the effects of today, which is calmness, sun, and the ability to work with their communities to recover. Thanks for that. Right, time to get our meeting going. To get to it, I think we have got a full muster, which is tremendous. Sarah, by the way, thank you. Just to acknowledge that we can see you as well. And please feel a full part of the meeting as much as those of us that are in the room. Do I have any apologies? Thank you. I've got Councillor Menzies for lateness. Any other ones? No?
I'll have to leave at 12:30 if we're still going.
12:30? Oh, that's a challenge, Darren. Yes. I think I said, I thought I had a half-hour meeting yesterday and I went for 3, so I got to be careful.
So we'll note that for council as well.
Okay, any other, Margie?
I need to leave at 2 for an hour, but I'll come in.
Thank you. Okay, if that's all, can I move that we sustain those apologies? Do I have a second, please? Thank you, Julie. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, it's carried. Thank you. These are absences. It's a good set of papers today. Are there any matters of conflicts of personal interest that we should be aware of? Being none, I don't think there's any extraordinary or urgent items that have been notified to us. That gets us to the minutes of our last meeting, which remind me was on the 16th of December last year. Which seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? I'll move from the chair to be accepted as a true and correct record. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Derek. If there's any questions or comments on their accuracy, they're all good? Sweet. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, carried. Hadn't been informed of any public forum. I'm surprised. I would have thought most of the community would have beaten their door to our committee, but anyway, there we go. Right, that's a joke. I'm allowed to make jokes. The tickets were free as well. Okay, we haven't quite got the Ed Sheeran pool, have we? Yeah. Right, let's move on to the first item, 7.1. Emma, thank you. Appreciate that. Wait for your report, please. Be happy to proceed.
Good morning, Chair and Councillors. I'm presenting the Finance and Assurance Work Plan to 30 June 23 on behalf of Teresa Hoos today, and I take the report as read. The purpose of this report is to update the committee on the status of the work programme discussed and agreed at the 28th of March 22 meeting for the financial year ending 30 June 23. I would just like to point out the reports that have been added and moved since the February meeting. The first one is the Building Team TA Performance Monitoring Assessment Report. It's been added to advise the committee of the outcome from the recent audit of Council's Building Solutions Compliance Team by the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, MBIE. The Project Management Internal Audit Report has been added to update the committee on the progress and actions taken to address the findings from the Project Management Internal Audit. The Cyber Security Update has been added to provide an update on cyber security activities and events. And the Contract Management Internal Audit Report 23 has been added to inform the committee of progress in managing the risks identified in the Contract Management Internal Audit Report. And the External Audit Northern Alliance Audit has been moved to the June meeting, as the audit has not been undertaken as a third party has still to be engaged. Any questions?
Thanks, Emma. Appreciate it. Any questions from on the paper? Just a couple of comments from me, please, Emma. One amendment I'd like to pursue, if that's possible, and just a couple of comments about the actual agenda for today. Under the audit area, the 22-23 annual audit arrangements letter, I I'd like to ask you and your colleagues to work with the board so that we can have the arrangements letter at the March meeting, not the June meeting. That's too late. I just want to reflect here. I know it's vexed. We have taken a hit for the Auditor General by going late, but this year we have no latitude in terms of sign-off. We're back into the normal requirements like the Government Act. The Auditor General has said it's a normal year. Well, a normal year would be that by March we have the arrangements letter from our auditor. So if I could ask you and pursue getting an arrangements letter from Deloitte and with dates that we can all sign up to, I would rather that was in a month's time, not in 4 months' time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, actually Deloitte have been working on the engagement letter, so it will be here with you next month.
Brilliant. Oh, that's great.
You're thinking in advance.
They're thinking in advance, and that's superb. Look, just a couple of quick comments about the agenda. There's nothing starry-eyed about the agenda today. It's actually the committee doing some quite hard work. And I just want to compliment all of you, Cameron, Anne and the team, for a series of good papers. I just want to reflect to the committee, this is the hard work of the risk committee. It's actually looking at, do we have systems and controls in place? Can we deliver on our CapEx, for instance, through our project and contract management in a way that is best value for our ratepayers? Obviously, the annual plan is critical as well. So there's a bit to go through, but it is head down territory, and I'm grateful for that. Can I just move us to the recommendations, please, which is that we receive Emma's report, and we note the changes that are made. I'll move that to a second, please. Thank you, Jaspreet. Is there any discussion on the motion? Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, it's carried. Thank you. Can we move then to the draft significant forecasting assumptions for the 23-24 annual plan? Shannon, welcome to the table along with Emma.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm here with Emma to present the report on the draft significant forecasting assumptions for the 2023-2024 annual plan, which will be adopted in June 2023. I'll take the report as read, and I'll just, however, highlight a number of points, a couple of points. So, council staff have used the assumptions adopted as part of the long-term plan 2021-2031 as a base, and have since undertaken a review to consider any significant changes to these assumptions. Staff presented the draft financial assumptions paper to the Finance and Assurance Committee on the 28th of September 2022. And at this meeting, the committee endorsed the changes to the interest rate on borrowing assumptions and the price level changes assumptions, and endorsed keeping the interest rates on investments and reserves unchanged. I'll now hand over to Emma, who will talk about the financial assumptions in more detail.
As you remember, the interest rate on borrowing assumption was increased from 2 to 4.35%, and the price level changes assumption was based on the inflation rates set by the Business and Economic Research Limited BURL. This was changed in that September meeting to no commitment, including any allowance for the relevant market indices. In all other cases, the budget will be based on an appropriate estimate, which may include a relevant market indices or BURL. So both of these assumptions have been included in the current budget. Staff have continued to review the assumptions and are now seeking the committee's feedback on 2 further changes. The budget assumption hasn't changed, but staff felt there needed to be more clarification that the price level changes assumption is inflation and the cost estimate assumption is how the inflation estimates and contract variations are applied to budgets. So it's the same wording, we've just split it between 2 assumptions. So now the price level changes assumption reads, inflation is only included where appropriate using either relevant market indices or projections prepared by the Business and Economic Research Limited BURL, which are based on the October 2020 published values as summarised in Appendix B. And the cost estimates, where a commitment is known, the budget will be based on that commitment, including any allowance for the relevant market indices. In all other cases, the budget will be based on an appropriate estimate, which may also include an allowance for inflation placed on BURL or relevant market indices. So it's the same assumption, it's just been split between those 2 assumptions. The second thing staff would like to bring to your attention is they're recommending a change to the climate change assumption risk. As part of the LTP, leader flights were to be undertaken within the first 12 months of the LTP. The flights are partially complete, however, there is still a significant amount of terrain to be covered across the region. Once the leader flights are complete, the modelling to enable flood and sea level rise to be more accurately reported will take a further 6 months. Staff are recommending moving the level of uncertainty from moderate to high and the risk if the assumption was incorrect from medium to high due to the age of the data being used to determine the risk. Now, we are expecting to have that data by December this year, but there may be a flow-on effect to the LTP. Obviously, climate change is a very relevant discussion. There are no other changes to the assumptions. However, as discussed, staff are planning to present an investment paper to Council, which will include a further review of the interest rate on borrowing assumption and the return on investment / reserves assumption.
Thanks, Emma. Can I just want to clarify what you said? The Burl estimates in Appendix B are dated when?
October 2020.
2020, not 2022.
Oh, okay, 2022. Sorry, yeah, that is quite right. True.
Sorry, so I was right, correct. Okay, so they are as of October last year. Otherwise, our planning would be odd.
It's a 2020 view of it.
Well, would you suggest economists have a 2020 view, Paul? Right, so we've got an important point in front of us. The machinery, the calculation of what goes into our planning, particularly our annual plan, as well as also our LTP, is clearly based around our assumptions. So I do propose that we just quickly flick page by page through the appendix, but this is quite an important part of the role for us as a council. Are there any questions or points that members would like to make? Point? Yes, Paul.
I was probably not a finance question, but the delay in the leader flights, I presume that's put down to COVID. Is there other reasons? Do we know?
Through the chair, I'll just get Marcus to come up and answer.
Thanks, Marcus. Appreciate that, ma'am.
I'll even the chair through.
Morning, through you, Chair. Effectively, the LiDAR flights have been delayed because there's been a national procurement through Land Information New Zealand. So there was about 7 or 8 different regions that all got provincial growth funding to fund that LiDAR proposal. So Southland has been in that queue. So as at the first week in February this year, Southland as a region has had 78% of the region flown for LiDAR. So they're gradually progressing that work, but they have prioritised that work around the coastal environment. So we've currently got LiDAR for Oban, and they're progressing the rest of the south coast as the next important tranche, because it's that sea level rise is the critical piece. And then they're going to look at the catchments and then the areas that aren't part of that catchment. So they've tried to prioritise the flying and then the data processing of that LiDAR to give us the information we need first, which is the most important piece.
So the report won't come through as one whole thing at the end. We'll actually get the information as it becomes available.
Correct.
Just a question, Marcus. I know I'm part of the railway catchment group, and we've got funding to do, well, it was to use LiDAR to do some imaging about sediment running into the railway. So is information gained by this, the LiDAR that the council's doing, is that information that's be able to share to much catchment groups and other organisations to use?
Yeah, correct. Through you, Mr. Chair, effectively that LiDAR is national open source, so because it's been procured by central government through funding and council, it's available for everybody to use. So all the slope, terrain, modelling, etc. is open for everybody to use.
So it's doing all of South and all of the Southland District councils?
Correct.
If I take it correctly, you're saying it's being paid for by LINZ, is that right?
So LINZ funded 50%, and then the all councils funded the other 50%. So I think Southland District Council's contribution was around 120,000 from memory.
What a reasonable deal. Julie?
Thank you. Just a query on that. So am I correct in understanding that it's 78% is already flown?
That's correct.
Any other questions folks would like to make? Yes. G'day, Matt. By the way, we haven't been below to meet you, so I'll shake your hand later, buddy.
Cheers. It's just something I came across last night in a report from 9 months ago, but just wondering whether the sea rise, New Zealand Sea Rise program has been taken into account with that data and information. It takes into account vertical movement of land. Is that being brought into the same data that the LiDAR will be applied to?
Correct. So effectively, it's a national data set that's been released by NIWA that looks at not only the sea level rise that's occurring through climate change, but also whether different parts of our coast, the land is actually sinking or climbing. So depending on the relative impact of what's happening on the land and what's happening with the water, there could be in sync or maybe out of sync, which may disproportionately change the impacts. But also, there's quite a bit of science as well around the soft coastal environments where there's quite fine sediment beaches versus rocky beaches versus hard rock, and the impacts around wave impact and etc. on different locations, which is part of that coastal modelling. So in a climate change sense, we've gone from a regional study on climate change and impacts across a region, and we're looking to downscale and get down into the detail and down into the rabbit holes around different parts of the catchment and different townships within those catchments, and then right down into trying to get down into that block level and piece of infrastructure associated with a pump station that may have different impacts. So as part of that LTP process, we're diving into that analysis with climate change, where our infrastructure is, what impacts is happening on the land, what sea level rise impacts are happening, water availability too, in terms of not just focusing on the coast, but thinking as a region and all of our infrastructure and lifelines.
Right, I've got Derek and I've got Paul.
Just question, there's a lot of catchment groups that are doing a lot of work within their catchments. I'm just perhaps a little concerned that there might be some double up on work being done. Would that be fair, or you sort of, I mean, is there communication with the catchment groups within the Southland that are doing a lot of work on rivers and stuff like that?
So, through you, Chair, effectively, as we work as a region, the regional council and catchment groups through the regional council is, I guess, primarily the statutory body that looks after the waterways and the floodplains and that sort of thing, but district council does interface with that quite a bit. But effectively, I think the way forward through that, some of the catchment management work around the outcomes that everybody's seeking to achieve around water quality and te mano te wai, etc., and hazard resilience and floodplain mapping, it all connects, and part of that People, Water and Land program that Environment Southland's leading is very much in that space around visions and aspirations for our waterways, and catchment groups certainly play an integral part in that process.
As long as we're not doubling up on communication with the Environment Southland and the catchment groups to make sure that we're not double dipping, I suppose.
Yeah, and there's opportunity there to work more cohesively and coherently, and I guess share those wins that are occurring across different catchment groups, and making sure that, I guess, everybody's efforts are linking up and coordinating to get joint outcomes. So there's potential for greater.
Because are a lot of the catchment groups aware that council are doing the LiDAR photography? I mean, are people aware of that they can use it? It's out there.
It has been well publicised, but I don't think it's quite got the reach into the catchment groups. There's probably a bit of work that, as a region, we could do with like Thriving Southland and some of those agencies that are doing great work in those catchments.
Thanks, Paul.
Yes, probably a silly question, but is it sensitive enough that it could identify land formation changes that might help identify earthquake fault lines?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the accuracy of the LiDAR is down to about 1 centimetre or 2 centimetres, so it is pretty accurate. But there's other, I guess, mechanisms, and I think some of the work around the work that Great South has been doing, the radio metric and aeromagnetic surveys and bits and pieces, that information, it also feeds into some of that information. They can understand groundwater availability down to certain depths and understand wetlands and different magnetic variants within the soil to understand the different flow paths and terrain modelling around what's underneath the soil, not just the lie of the land on the surface. So there is a lot of science and data coming through as part of that that information, which is in that spatial context as we move forward in terms of understanding the future of our region and where we should be enabling growth and suitable climates for different aspects and the soil types and the water availability. That's going to be part of that spatial planning exercise in the future to understand where the best locations are and how we manage hazards and provide for our communities the best we can.
And then we've got the topo climate information too, which shouldn't get lost, like, even though it's been around a long time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Jespri. Well,
Through you, Mr. Chair. I am just reading through point number 8, where it talks about price level changes. Inflation is only included where appropriate using either relevant market indices or projections prepared by the based on October 2020 values.
22, sorry.
And the other, this thing is only appropriate. Is there some place in this where it is not, where you found in putting inflation in is not appropriate in the current market?
So through you, the Chair, so for this annual plan, we rolled the budget and we didn't automatically add BERL to everything. Normally we add inflation to it actually,
Everything, yeah.
but we didn't this time. We've only added it where it's appropriate or it was needed. And we've...
Is there something you could remark on which you think where you thought inflation was not needed? We didn't need to cater for it? I would have thought it is, across the board.
We've been trying to live within our budgets without adding inflation, because other parts of our budgets have had to be increased by more than so it
would that be practically, in practice, would that be possible to go along with those assumptions, saying that we've not considered inflation?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We always consider inflation, but what we're saying is instead of starting off with a base with inflation included and then taking it out, let's start the other way, which is something different. Let's start with the base of last year and then consider whether it's appropriate or not. So all your contracts, all your big costs will definitely have inflation in it, but there's a lot of minor costs that occur that, as my mother always says, you mind the pennies and the pounds look after themselves, that potentially didn't need that increase on it, but we've still left it up to managers to consider that. Things like maybe some of the maintenance budgets, maybe some of the printing and stationery and all of those sort of things.
Small things.
Yeah. So that's where those things...
Where I am speaking from is the concern for ratepayers suddenly being stung with something unexpected. The people already dealing with...
Yeah, they are. But as we also know that when we get to the end of the financial year, often we do have some surpluses in some budgets as well, because the costs haven't gone to quite the place that we'd need to. Okay. So we do have capacity within our reserves to also meet some of those increased costs should they occur. But where it's actually contractually bound to us, they have been incorporated. So for any, like true maintenance budgets or, assessments or whatever, they have been incorporated.
So if I understand you correctly, Anne, you're saying that right now the inflation that's been included is only the ones where we are contractually bound?
Contractually bound, or there's an assessment being made whereby the costs are not sufficient enough to meet the requirements of those costs during the year.
Thank you.
I'll come back to that one, Sarah. Jespri, but I've got Sarah and then I've got Don. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similarly to Jaspreet, I also had some notes around how we can make sure that we avoid the request for unbudgeted expenditure, and I refer back to our previous council meeting where we did have the unbudgeted expenditure for Stewart Island, and just ensuring that we are managing that risk appropriately and effectively, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is actually another issue, though, in regards to how we're estimating our costs. That potentially, so there's an allowance that is incorporated into the budgets that we do to set our project costs. However, they are not scoped before we do those budgets, so they're often best estimates. And then what happens is that if cost increases are occurring during the year and tenders are going out, or the scope of the project has altered, then potentially unbudgeted expenditure reports are appropriate. So that's, yeah. Does that answer your question?
I think mostly. Yeah, I can understand that if the scope of a project changes, then we're not going to know that immediately. Absolutely, I totally understand that aspect. I think if we are applying the price increase and the cost estimate elements as accurately as possible, then that does go a long way to actually mitigating the need for unbudgeted expenditure, though.
So through you, Mr Chair, and all the councillors will remember this when you've been having your community board meetings, that there was an inclusion in all of those community board reports about a 30% cost increase on all the projects budgeted for this current year, for this annual plan year, particularly in the community facility space, who have seen a large increase in their costs. So there has been allowance done in those project costs for that. Of course, we are still restricted within things like our roading program, because of course that's Waka Katohi funded, so often we'll have to change potentially the deliverables that's in there for those ones, because we can't. But it is done to the best of our ability at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah, go on.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Page 31, 28, just if I could get a comment around the assumptions, interest rate borrowing assumption and the assumption with the return on investments, assuming the investment policy goes ahead. So the borrowing assumption 4.5%, the investment assumption net return 4.4%, basically the same, but there's $750,000 there assumed to be offsetting rates. I was wondering how that comes about.
So that's your differential that you have that between the two factors. So at this point in time, you can go to the LGFA and I think the latest cost estimate that we were working on here was we would be borrowing at 4.35%. So that means we're charging our communities at 4.35% in loans that they've taken. But you've also got a lot of reserves that you've used the cash from to fund those projects. You've said as part of your assumptions that you will give those reserves 2% interest. So therefore there's a differential that exists between the 4.35 and the 2%. From that differential, you have decided to allocate $750,000 worth of it to offset rates generally. Okay, so that's what that is.
It's a policy that we've adopted before, Don. That's just reflecting, I think, the position we've reached.
Okay, so this new policy...
Adopted policy, mate.
This is the existing one?
Yes, that's right.
Referring to the new one.
This was discussed, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this was cleared last year.
So the 2% in the new policy won't exist. There'll be a market return for the reserves?
No, the council adopted to apply a 2%. So that's what was always in there, and that's what's incorporated now in these assumptions. If you wish us to change that, that's fine. We can change it, although I would say to you that it's very late in the piece, but we can change it as part of the final. But what will that mean would be that effectively rates will be going up for this period. We will be increasing the rate increase for our ratepayers. Because what happens is that $750,000 will go on to all the community's reserves. So the communities would still have a choice as to whether they would want to take it out of the reserves and apply it against their costs. But if they did not do that, then that would go on to rates.
So just to help me, this is the existing, the way we're doing it at the moment. I know that there's some work being done. We haven't adopted this new investment policy. So an assumption going forward, assuming the new investment policy.
No, this is your assumption irrespective of your policy decision. This is what you've agreed to charge on your loans is 4.35% for any community who's borrowing, and you've agreed to give to those communities who have reserves 2%. That is the policy decision that we've talked about previously. When we brought this to you in September, yeah, that was the decision that you made at that stage. So we're just reflecting.
Number 31, I get a bit confused. It says it'll only be available once the investment policy has been enacted. So I'm just wondering, has it all? It's clear as mud.
Yeah, it's a statement. Yep, agreed on the statement, but the actual policy was as agreed in the September meeting.
And we're implementing it.
And we're implementing it.
This includes the $40 million into the markets.
Yes, I think that's the case. We agreed, and we also agreed how that would be put on the market. You recall that was, I think, the last meeting of the September meeting. Remember, we had a discussion with PwC, our advisors, as to how to actually it was December, wasn't it? How to enter into that scheme to enable to implement that.
Sure, but that hasn't come to the council yet, has it? That hasn't actually.
Yeah, that's
To the council.
Next council meeting, Graham. Yeah, thank you. It's our recommendation to the council that we do it on the basis. Thank you, Don. Any other questions? That's great. I just wanted to pick up on, I think you've got a very good point there. I just wanted to reflect. We're looking here in this paper at the assumptions we have for the 23-24 year. You're right, sorry. I'm getting old. I wanted to say 1993, 94, but no, 23, 24 year. And the issue around inflation is incredibly important. Our responsibility as governance is that when you adopt the annual plan in probably June this year, that actually it is done on the basis of what is known as best estimates. It's your best view of what actually will be the revenues and expenditures of the council in the coming year. Now, you're going to then go into a process where you look at 10 years out. 10 years out is a lot harder to be certain on in terms of best estimates. And so using Burl-related inflation factors or other information is more relevant. For the coming year, I think this is what I'm trying to reinterpret what you've said, Anne, things are more certain. You have a stronger view, naturally, because it's the next 12 months. It's not 2034 that you're trying to predict for. So you should be doing your best to try and find out what the actual numbers, as best you can, are. And that's going to be referenced back to your contracts, and it's going to be referenced to what you think you can really put inside a maintenance budget. The bottom line, of course, behind it is actually just, can you still do that and maintain your levels of service? That's the critical thing that we need to ask around that. So inflation in the way, Jaspreet, that's been talked about here, applied when appropriate, makes sense because we have a much stronger view of the coming 12 months or 15, 18 months rather than we would if we were trying to think about 2029 or 2030. So that it's on that basis that I accept this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Rob.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a comment really just to support Councillor Graney's comment before, just based on what you just said too. It highlights the importance of actually getting that initial scoping figures right, because that actually underpins everything going forwards. And I think that's where we really need to look at getting those initial numbers spot on.
Rob, the auditors have a great statement in their opinion on the long-term plan, which is actually it'll never work out this way. So you have to have an allowance or the issue of unbudgeted items. But clearly, you know, for your certainty, for my certainty, and indeed for management's certainty, you want to do your best to minimise that as a risk. I got Julie and then I got Don. Then I think we might just see if we can then do some work down the schedules. Yes, Julie.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanting some reassurance around that 2020 and the bill figures being 2020 and 2022, because the attachment B is the inflation for the long-term plan 2031, and all the way through it comes through as 2020. Are we still using the figures that we used to set the long-term plan, or have we updated to what Burl are currently saying?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the base really comes from last year, as was previously indicated, and then we've gone through it. Potentially we've left our managers to go through line by line to assess what is appropriate. So in most cases there's no actual uplift of we've taken last year's number and added on 2%, because on the whole it's been a reflection of the manager's actual interpretation, as the chairperson said, of actually what our expectations are for this coming year. So in terms of a risk perspective, it's very minor, that percentage, because it's just not applied in that manner.
So through you, the Chair, one place where Burl, I know that I applied Burl, was in the mowing contracts, because we had the percentage uplift for 2020. 22, 23, it was because it was in the contract, and then we had to add bill for the third year. So I used the right bill figures, but the difference between the 2 years it's like 0.02% here.
So to Councillor's point, we used the 2022 bill figures.
We used 2022.
We used the 2022 bill figures.
Great. So I think we just, thank you for that request, Julie, just to reconfirm. That's helpful. So we've got it confirmed that if we've used inflation figures, they're the ones that are being provided by Bill as of October 2022. Which we need to keep in our mind, Julie, as we go forward, because the date you've got to be assured of best estimates is actually June 2023. So it'd be interesting to know, because obviously there's enough rumour going around the place of very significant. Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on Rob and Sarah's point, some of the budgets have sort of 20-30% estimation increases. There's been some concern, I get some feedback from the community that by putting on big increases like that, you could potentially be signalling to contractors that there is more money in the pot for certain issues. So I can see both sides of that issue, but 30% does seem a lot, even in today's environment.
I think at the time, through Mr. Chair, it was a reflection of increases in resourcing costs, allowing for scoping changes for the very reason of what you raised, that unbudgeted expenditures reports. Yeah.
Well, that also raises the importance of what we've got later in the agenda, which is actually what is our approach to procurement. Because we have to budget now. We have to be upfront as to what we think the cost of service delivery will be, and we're best to put in our best estimates, as I've said. If that's a 30% increase, it is. But again, that should be with reference, again, to the relevant people inside the organisation as to what we think contract rates may be. But you've still got to use the tension of an appropriate procurement strategy and approach to get the best value for money. I think equally, if you are trying to signal to the market that you won't accept any price increase, well, you'll get laughed out of town. I reflect a major building contract I'm involved in, which between December 2021 and June last year went up 50%. And we have to be prepared to deal with the budgeting of an extra 50%. So I think in that sense, Don, that actually we come back to the point. Best estimates mean if we think, and not just by putting our finger in the air, the contract's going to go up, the contract rate's going to go up 30%. We've got to put that in there to be fair with our community. But then we have to look really hard. Have we got an up to date, appropriate procurement plan on the contract? If we forget that aspect, we're getting our nose off in spite of our face. We are doing exactly what you might be hinting at. Right, can I move us in, please? Thank you for that. It's been a very good discussion. It's helpful. Let's look at the schedule. I'm going to literally go through it as a quick page turner. What I want to reflect here is that this paper is all about the assumptions we take into the coming year, okay, 23-24, and the annual plan what comes into our long-term plan, okay? I mean, they will be highly relevant for that as well, but you'll have to go through the process again, in short, is what I'm trying to say. This relates to the annual plan. So what becomes critical when in my view, in reading this, Emma, correct me if I've got this wrong, I look at page 37, which is the first key assumption that we have got, that right-hand column becomes really critical. So the question becomes, when I look at something like demographics, how critical is demographics to our assumption in 23-24? Okay, as in contrast, if I was looking at demographics, say, for 2034. If I'm wrong, Emma, but that actually becomes really important as we think about what could be the influence of these assumptions on our annual plan, or what we're discussing at this stage. Do you want to comment on the Emma, or can I take it from that I'm not misleading the meeting? Yeah, sorry? Okay.
I was just going to provide an update. The new data on the comment in the right-hand column, I have only just received that, so.
Oh, okay, cool, fair enough. But I mean, we're confident enough to throw it up there for us, and I'm confident enough to lead us that actually we need to think when it comes to, as we've virtually had that right-hand column discussion over inflation, which is how does it impact 23-24? And we're saying, well, actually, the indicators, not so much our actual knowledge of contract rates and what we're going to do is more important for setting the cost estimate. It comes back to that idea of appropriate. Okay. But these are the suite of assumptions that generally we have for our LTP. It's sort of the basis of actually the whole annual plan from 21-31, so it's relevant that we go through it. So is there any comments here for folk around demographics? I guess the short of it is, Emma and Shannon, this isn't going to greatly influence at this stage the position in 2023, so it's not a particularly key assumption in relationship to the end. I flick the page to tourism. Again, what I'm seeing there is obviously on the right-hand side a level of return to tourism. This particularly is relevant to you, John, and Sarah and Tiana, but it's not irrelevant for the rest of the community as well. So I think this says positive signs. How does this affect our annual plan? That's a question, or Shannon. How does it affect our annual plan? It doesn't. It just possibly feeds into the idea when we get to it over of the general economic conditions that exist within the community, which is relevant to what? Affordability. Okay, cool. You're with me. Climate change?
Chair, it may have influenced the community boards when they were looking at the community board rates and making those decisions during the annual plan review.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point. So it's the question of what is the confidence and the feeling of real income in the communities. And the right-hand column is where we think it will influence the 23-24. Yes, Matt.
I just want to comment quickly on the tourism and some of the risks associated with talking about pressures on staff at appropriate levels and reduced hours and service, but also the effects on housing is worth noting that.
Yeah, agreed.
So Emma's posited, Matt and Sarah, that this particularly will potentially influence the community boards in consultation with them over the budget, as in contrast to the higher level numbers that we have. That's reasonable. Yeah.
Through you, the chair. So that, particularly the community board decided to put the airport rate back up to the 128 it was 4 years ago, because the tourism have come back and they felt you can afford it.
That's good. Thank you for that. Climate change. We've had a reason. Sorry, Rob.
On the tourism.
I didn't mention Lumsden. I mentioned Tiana. Sorry, mate. Yeah, okay. Lumsden.
But just on the council infrastructure, with the likes of public toilets that haven't had a high demand, that are suddenly getting.
Yeah.
So there is going to be an impact on that sort of thing too, with and levels of service as well.
Yes.
Through you, the chair.
And Lumsden, that's right. Great, that is. Yeah.
The managers did when they were doing the budgets. So some of those budgets have gone up because we have had toilet supplies. I mean, it just sounds minor, but actually, when you spread it out over the region, it is actually quite a significant impact.
So, thank you. So this is a really positive, really important point about our assumptions. We need to look at this one quite carefully, 23-24, for exactly the reasons. And one of the two influences. One is confidence with community boards and the rates they set in their own jurisdiction. And your larger point also about levels of service role that you need to have in mind. Okay, that's good. So we're ticking that one off.
Can I add?
No, Sarah, it's fine. No worries.
Sorry, I have my head there. The other thing is that we have to also appreciate significant amount of work that Great South have done. In actually looking at things like touring routes, which will significantly impact other areas like the Catlins and all the touring routes that actually take tourists through our district. So we can't ignore that. I mean, we shouldn't just look at Tiana and Stewart Island. We do need to have that consideration for the other places as well. And I think as I say, I think Matt was correct in saying that housing is going to be a critical element for us moving forwards, and I think that will, if we can reflect that in a report, then that will be good.
Housing and accommodation.
Yeah. So I think that's, can we, I guess what we're really doing here from a working perspective, Emma and Shannon, is to pick up those points actually in this right-hand column.
Yep.
Because it, in terms of the lead from the committee, presume this then goes back into your thinking what constitutes best estimates for 23, 24. And have we got the right emphasis around tourism as a whole? And I feel quite chastened about mentioning Te Anau and Shire Island and ignoring the rest, but that's fair enough. And also our approach to levels of service or initiatives. So levels of service, we've talked about toilets, but actually initiatives may well be around housing and accommodation in the way that Matt and Sarah are reinforcing. So I think that seems to be a reasonable point, but that's really helpful. Yeah, Derek.
I'm not sure if this is the right place to bring it up, but when we start talking about tourism and housing and stuff, when do we have the discussion around, Airbnbs and what sort of rates they should pay?
Well, that's a good question. I don't think that's quite for today.
No,
but my assumption is, Derek, that as part of the annual planning process, you will look at your rating policy, and that's where.
I wasn't sure where to bring it up, but
Yeah, no. I think it's good to note it. I would hasten to add that Airbnbs are notorious to try and rate. If that's what you're anticipating on doing, I say good on you, go for it. But it's
playing around with your camping grounds and
what is it? What is an Airbnb? When does it stop? Anyway, look, that's a debate for a different stage. We'll do discussion. Shannon.
Discussion you have in the room. And I know there are, Anne might know more than me, but I know there are some districts that do rate for Airbnbs, and I know they have had trouble tracking them down.
Yes, it's tracking them down is the issue. What do you use as your evidence? Is it on Popbatch or Airbnb, and what do they do? And it's time of the day, they'll suddenly disappear off the website and blah, 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 so it becomes a challenge. I'm not saying don't look at it, but I think the point is you will look at the rating strategy and policy as part of the annual plan at a later stage, correct? As part of the LTP, yeah. So there we are, Derek. I think that's an important point. The existing rating strategy and policy in the LTP applies unless you want to go through an amendment process. Okay. Yeah. Climate change. Anything that we need to add there? We've heard some good stuff from Marcus around LIDAR. And actually that is something which is more likely, I think, at this stage, Marcus, looking down your way, that will affect us for our LTP rather than directly affecting levels of service or what we do in 23, 24, correct? Okay. Marcus is nodding. So you're Don.
Well, just you mentioned at the start, no water, no power, very disturbed community, climate change, these affects long dry periods. Of course, Riverton basically ran out of water for a few days, and you say, what is it to be resilient? And I wonder if we should encourage people to catch a bit of water off the roofs, just to take pressure off some infrastructure at key times. And of course, you only got to talk to people from Christchurch what it's like to live without key services. No sewage for 8 months. No water for weeks.
Are you so look, that fair point, Don. I'm not wanting to dismiss it. I guess the real question is, in terms of our planning and our assumption, are you suggesting there are initiatives that should be attached to this assumption?
Just saying we could start encouraging, just bringing attention or awareness to the community about the possibilities of even just relieving stormwater pressure by catching the water off the roof.
It's interesting, isn't it? Does a tree take in 40% of the water that falls on it? It's a really interesting statistic that came out of Auckland. Don, I think the point I'm trying to make here is the assumption about climate change is real for us because we have one. What is the impact on 23, 24? Probably unknown at this stage. It doesn't mean that we won't have a major event, but we're going to come to the next assumption. The real question then for a later stage, not for this assumption, but is there anything that should happen in 23, 24 in relationship to climate change, this assumption, which you want to promote, but that's not for here. And if it's catching water off roofs, that might be the situation. Matt?
Would it be fair then to say that in terms of risk and assumption, the risk would be assumed higher if come LTP time, council aren't making adaptations in this area?
I want to say yes. And I think what I'd be wanting to, sorry, no, I should be, you're right, your colleagues might want to answer this. I think with the sort of information that Marcus is coming up, Marcus now, is coming up under LIDAR and the combined work of the region and what have you in terms of that, it's going to surely need to evoke from us, the LTP, some form of response. I want to preface what that response is. Yeah, Marcus, sorry, I dragged you back up, mate. You can see we're big under LIDAR today.
No problems. Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, effectively the capital expenditure coming up in the coming annual plan effectively takes into consideration climate change and the best assumptions. So there will be operational expenditure that is already plant existing and all the assets that are already locked in that we have to adjust and understand the future impacts of climate change on that existing infrastructure. But anything new going in or any big projects we've got certainly takes the climate change lens as part of that planning and understanding around engineering design. I guess there's also that adaptation, but there's also mitigation too as we track towards dropping our carbon emission profiling as well. That there's going to be successive work, but effectively that's more of a long-term plan conversation.
Julie.
It does highlight though that for our long-term plan, which is not what we're talking about now, we actually desperately do need that information. So, you know, December is late enough, it can't be any later than that, and we must keep the pressure on those that are doing that work to actually deliver earlier if possible, start to deliver anyway.
Reflecting the importance of the assumption.
Yeah.
Yes, Paul.
I just think for purposes of what we're doing here, though, we're lifting the risk from medium to high, which puts a focus on it for everything else we do. So these other actions are really sort of outside what we're doing here today, as far as I can see.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think we're trying to rapidly acknowledge that this becomes very important for the LTP. Jespri.
Just a comment here that in the climate change, you refer to the report assumptions for the LTP, and you make a reference to a report, a NEWA report, and you put in two sets of benchmark data. This one probably needs to be looked at because after COP27, the ones at the higher end that you've put are based on representative concentration pathway 8.5, which has now been downgraded to representation concentration pathway RCP 4.5. So these will have to be changed, particularly here, because those ones are no longer relevant now. Thank you.
Thank you for that advice. Anything else? Okay, let's keep moving. Climate change, we've banked that. We know that it's not going away. So significant unplanned adverse events. This is it could be relevant, isn't it? But actually, how many are going to happen in 23, 24? That's the problem. So the critical assumption here is actually how do we allow for it, as far as I can see. So it seems to me to be around three things: our ability to respond, our debt headroom. By the way, are we resourced to respond? Is what I'm saying. Actually, sorry, our debt headroom and our insurance. Those seem to be the three things that flow out of this. So the assumption is that broadly our insurances are up to date and in order. I think we're arguing here we've got the debt headroom. So the level of service question, which again is for putting the numbers together rather than debate today, is are we resourced adequately to meet an adverse event? Probably not for you, Emma, or to answer at this point, and I'm not looking for an answer, but I'm just wanting to reflect the impact of this assumption. In other words, it is a real assumption, albeit we aren't, well, actually, the first one, are we resourced to meet it, actually has a level of service and a rate implication, which we must be bearing either as business as usual and will repeat for 23, 24, or we've got to think seriously, do we actually need to devote more? Okay, that's something to come through. Any other comments? Yes, Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And well, you mentioned the how we resource. So earthquake level 8 magnitude, we're encouraged to consider that as a possibility in the next few years. Are we resourced to respond? Have we got the debt headroom? Well, if for example, Te Anau's pipeline out towards Manapuri goes, that's there's your headroom gone, I would imagine. And, you know, it could be a provincial-wide incident. So I think it would be naive to think that we're resourced enough to manage potential Force 8, which I would be encouraging us to think about the type of infrastructure that we're building. How, you mentioned again, what is it to be resilient? How does our community, how do we provide levels of service that we can handle in an adverse event?
Yep, I think that's right. And I think that's, I don't disagree with you, Don. And I think the point I'm raising is the question is, are we resourced to respond? That's not for this point here. It's the question that's raised by this assumption. It's for a different debate on a different day with your annual plan. Are we resourced right? Can we move on to environmental standards, resource consents and land use? You're indicating no change at this point that we know of, so it's really in effect business as usual. I think it's probably also appropriate to note that we'll hand in hand, particularly around water with NTU these days under the new Act. So we're probably maintaining, and there's nothing that's going to affect from a cost driver perspective, other than the normal costs of operation 23, 24. Would that be correct, Emma and Shannon? Right? Sweet. Okay, and any other environmental standards here at this stage which go to influence general economic growth trends. This is very close to our tourism discussion. Is any point you want to state here? We said no changes. I think you've got a but there, which is just reflecting we have to maintain a knowledge of the headwinds, or indeed the tailwind that the economy has over the next 3 to 4 months as you go really towards the issue of affordability. Right? Cool. So it's the old case. These assumptions have to be kept under monitoring until we get there, till we get to 30 June. Legislative changes. We're not actually allowing for any particular driver in terms of that with the 23-24 plan, correct?
Yeah, Mr Chair, the only thing that we will potentially be looking at is the impact of the decision for the assets to move over to the new entity.
Yeah.
So that will be something that we will be incorporating into our final.
Right. Can I just, you're noting the implications, which is sufficient. I just want to make certain that we've got that in there at this stage for the benefit of the technology. Technology influencing our costs, our business, our annual plan for next year. It isn't already particularly allowed for either in our budgets or our BAU. No? Seems reasonable. Over the page, resource constraints. Well, we talked a little bit about resource already, but this is really around the contracting market. So I think what you're reflecting here, Emma and Shannon, is generally okay, but could be tightening. But you have an effect from that early conversation indicated that this has been worked. You're working through this, I should say, because we're still in the planning phase with your operational colleagues to get a reasonably close handle for our budgets, right? Recognising it might be tightening. Three Waters reform, I think we've had a bit of a discussion about that already, which is fine. COVID-19, are we past it? Are we?
Not in my business today.
It's sort of a rhetorical question. There's still enough people being taken out by it, but I think what we're really reflecting here is essentially we've got limited allowance for it in terms of either our performance or our costs. But you are noting here there could be some residual effect around ability to pay rates, correct? That may be obviously depending on individual circumstances and how people are affected by COVID-19. Price level changes. Look, we've had a long discussion about that. I don't propose we take it any further other than it's a lot of the paper and the conversation was there. Same with cost estimates. We're not changing our views on the useful lives. There's been no particular events which would suggest that our useful lives are short in any way. Right, good. Transpower might be thinking that about one of their good exit points, but that's another thing. Invested assets, again, nothing that's going to be significant there. Infrastructure asset revaluations. We have no change, but it's actually an area of quite high uncertainty as we deal with the revaluations on an annual basis and what their impact is. And they affect annually our view on depreciation and what we've got to fund. Forestry, again, we're saying no change there in terms of our overall approach or impact. I just wonder whether the financial issues and risks were actually, that was interesting about wastewater and water depreciation, whether we quite got within the right box. I'm looking at the bottom of page 49 there. I don't quite understand that, but that's not here or there. Over the page, emissions trading scheme, seems standard. Investment in other entities. Certainly for our entities, we're not going to fluff them off. Funding of future replacement of significant assets. Isn't it really quite an important assumption? We've had the assumption that we are on a track to increase covering the use of the asset, which is depreciation. And at this stage, it's proposed in the budgets that actually we continue that increase in terms of funding for essentially the renewal of our asset base. That's consistent with really that big theme that you folks talked to me about in terms of our long-term plan. It's a period of time to renew and invest, therefore we need to make certain we're keeping the funds right in the middle. Right, good. If you want to change that, that becomes a revenue strategy issue, which is for a different day. Whakakotahi subsidies. It's interesting, I couldn't help but note the very high uncertainty. I think, have you got a status greater than very high? No, I'm serious. I mean, look, let's be very real that we can't change this today necessarily, other than actually you can see Whakakotahi coming under significant pressure and its funding in North Island. And you know those dark days with the LTP when all of a sudden we found we didn't have Whakakotahi funding. I think we've got to be prepared to adjust fast. I see budgets from central government being totally screwed in terms of the coming period. We need to watch that massively, and I would think it's something in front of us. Emma, sources of funds, I think we've agreed at this stage. The funding strategy is what it is, unless you want to have a debate about how you extract money out of it. And return on investments, Don, we're back to your favourite area, but I think we have agreed there's a policy in place. Interest rates on borrowing, we've talked about the LGFA guarantee. That reflects that little cute relationship arrangement we have with LGFA. But even under, and it's important, I think this, Emma, that under the existing arrangement, there's been no indication that there's any greater risk in terms of that guarantee being called on by LGFA. External borrowing, again, I don't think there's anything there that the LGFA position hasn't changed. Capital delivery is an important part for us. And our assumption is essentially that there is a level of uncertainty around our ability to deliver. And I think there's one or two other assumptions like the contractor market. There's the stuff we're going to debate around where we're at project and contract management. There'll be lots of things that determine do we deliver on the $40-odd million we want to deliver. I don't know what is the number. No, you're down there. You might not know that these days. Real number are we going for this year? 44. Okay, that's good. But we're saying there are challenges here which make that high. Right. Sorry about that. It's been worthwhile going through because actually it's hopefully helpful for government to understand the thinking that's going into the development of the annual plan, or we're a fair way. Are there any other final questions or points we'd like to make, or can I move to the resolutions? Okay, right, thank you. So that is the only.
Councillor Duffy.
Yeah, Paul.
I'm really sorry. There was something sort of bugging me over that resource consent land use one, and it's probably irrelevant, but I can't help think about the forestry / issues that we've seen up north and wondering about our potential exposure to that sort of thing. And in terms of what we're doing with this, whether that possibly some government changes might happen or whether locally we need to do something different or whatever, that's just a thing that's been floating around in my head.
I'm looking down the end of the table somewhere. Is management able to give me some advice on that? I mean, I have exposure to graffiti, but I think I'm too busy trying to deal with fighting floods. Maybe we're about that at the moment, but it's got to be real. Marcus, looks like you've got some good comments, man. Me.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Effectively, at point noted, there is some changes happening in the plantation forestry with a review of the National Environmental Standard Plantation Forestry, and we're also progressing our landscapes plan change too, which will potentially look at areas where planting shouldn't go. Understand that forestry is certainly a pretty hot topic at the moment around up the North Island, particularly with slash and sediment and all those other associated impacts on waterways with not just the current storm event, but prior storm events too. So it is certainly pretty closely looked at the moment.
We're looking to increase the density of air plantings as well. Aren't we?
So I think I just want to ask them the question. Thank you for the question, Paul and Marcus. So how does that affect our annual plan?
Probably not. Sorry.
No, I understand that. No, but I mean, I just wanted to also check. I mean, you talk about it in two ways. One is how does it affect our own forestry, but also from
it would only be if the government.
Does it affect the work that we do, or even potentially the liabilities we take on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't see too much impact over this current annual plan.
But it certainly is and thank you for your update there, Marcus. Certainly, Paul, something to keep an eye on.
I think for what it's not worth a hell of a lot, but I know there's a lot of companies that are chipping. As more demand for chip and fuel, the slash will become a lot less than perhaps what it is at the moment. Because
there's a lot of chipping going on around the province. It's amazing how quickly they chip things up. But yes, it could well be part of the solution. Thank you for that. Thanks for the question, Paul. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate that. Can we move to the recommendations, please, which is that we receive and see that we have met the meeting requirements. We have also significant forecasting assumptions from the long-term plan, which is in attachment A, including the following assumptions are being changed. So in one, under price, it is October 2022. Okay, I think that's the clarity that we need there, Julie.
Well, is that attachment B? Is it the 2022 stuff? Would be.
Yeah. So we're agreeing, Emma, that we've got to have the 2022. Is logically what we've looked at if we've had to apply inflation. Is attachment to the October 2022.
Oh no, actually, it's probably the LTP.
Let's just get rid of that phrase.
Just take that.
Let's get rid of that phrase.
Right.
We've got the assumption that we've got the confirmation that it's been done on October 2022. I'll leave it there. Yes, Matt.
I just noticed in comment 35, 38 and 39 as well. South.
Yes, that needs to be picked up and just
I'll
cleaned
put
up.
a note in the minutes that any reference to the Burrell stuff in the report of 2022. So we're getting rid of.
I'll let you guys work that through, but I think you're quite right. I think for the benefit of the record, we just need to update that record for it going to council. Cost estimates and assumptions, and I won't read that out, that's fine. And also, we have agreed climate change level uncertainty moves from October. We've probably reasonably quick over that, but it does mean, and I think I'm reflecting back on your question, Matt, that particularly if it moves to high, we've got to do something about it. So I think it's quite clear that it'll be part of the LTP. That seems to be, with that change on D1, the 2022 the last phrasing is actually what you're trying to do it behind me. Well done.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave in. So it'll just stop at published values.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Rob. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Julie. Is there any discussion on the motion? We know that the minutes are going to be updated to make certain that the clarification of 2022 flows through it. We'll take that into given. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Sounds like, well, those against? I was a bit worried about the fours there.
There weren't many yeses, were there, Mr. Chair?
So the motion's carried, so that's good, that's great.
There was a motion, then they all had to say yes or no.
That's right, that's right. I just wonder, look, I would like us to take a quick break, but I'm just wondering whether in fact we could deal with the next paper scene. I suspect we've got, it's a very closely allied topic, which is progress on the actual annual plan itself, please. All of a sudden I find I'm still here 11:15, I'll have to recognise that it's taken the time it'll take. Thank you, guys. Your hands.
I'll be presenting, look, Robin is sick today, so I'll be presenting this paper with Louise and Nicole. I take the report as read, the progress report on the 2023 plan. So the report has two purposes. One is to provide an update on the progress of the annual plan 23-24, including the draft financial statements and the rate change analysis by township and land use sector. So I'll talk to this section first. The second is to seek a recommendation for the council to proceed with the annual plan without undertaking a formal consultation, and I'll hand over to Louise to do that. So this report includes the draft annual plan 23-24 financial statements. In the key financial information section, which starts at paragraph 19, staff have analysed the financial results in two different ways. The first section compares the annual plan with the long-term plan year 3 and explains what is driving those changes. And one of the things the committee will be looking at today will be if any of those changes have increased risk for council. The second section compares the annual plan with the prior year's annual plan and explains the main drivers for the rate increase. So firstly, compared to the LTP, revenue is up 6.1 million, driven by other revenue of 2.3 million, mainly due to an increase in forestry income and environmental service fees. Waka Kotahi 1.3 million and rates 1.7 million, only the SDC portion of roading and the increase in waste services costs, and grants 675,000. Operating expenditure is up 5.8 million, driven by other expenditure 2.7 million, which is mainly the forestry harvesting costs, waste disposal costs and fuel costs, employee expenses of 1.8 million and finance costs of 1.3 million, mainly the interest rate rise. So revenue has increased more than operating expenditure, therefore the operating deficit has reduced by 300,000, which is a good thing. Equity has increased 356,000, mainly due to the increase in value of our assets, and council expects to draw down a further 21 million of debt. So one of the ways council reviews financial prudence is through the 6 benchmarks found in the table in paragraph 32. There has been no change to the year 3 of the LTP, and council is still meeting 5 of the 6 benchmarks. The one benchmark council continues to not meet is the balanced budget benchmark. Under section 100 of the Local Government Act 2002, councils are required to meet this benchmark by ensuring the projected operating revenues exceed the projected operating expenditure. In the first 3 years of the LTP, council predicted an operating deficit, mainly due to the phasing in of the fully funded depreciation on key district assets. Council expects to meet this benchmark from 24-25 onwards. Note in paragraph 36, council is expecting to collect an additional 2.7 million of rates for depreciation funding in the annual plan, and the overall net impact of rates is 250,000. So in Resolution F, staff are asking the committee to consider whether it is financially prudent for council to not meet the balanced budget benchmark due to our previous policy decisions around the funding of depreciation. We actually already had a discussion on depreciation earlier today. I would also like to bring the committee's attention to some other key financial points staff have identified in paragraph 34 onwards. The draft financial statements include a planned capital works program of 43 million. However, staff are currently doing a review of the 22-23 program as a result of contractor resourcing, timeline delays and cost increases. Staff are planning a workshop with council in March or April to discuss the review findings, and there may be changes to the final annual plan. And as mentioned earlier in the significant forecasting assumptions report, it's expected that Council will make a formal decision on the investment and borrowing approach in the coming months, and depending on that decision, changes may need to be made to the annual plan, including the return on investments and borrowing financial assumption. And Anne's already mentioned, but just pointing out that there may be a need to reflect the accounting rules for the transfer of the 3 water assets to the new entities being formed, and this is planned to be completed as part of preparing the final annual plan. And finally, in paragraph 40, as part of the development of the annual plan, staff have also been discussing extensions and changes to several local rating boundaries, which will result in some changes to the properties paying certain pool or hall rates. Each of the community boards are planning to undertake separate consultation on these changes before making a final recommendation for inclusion in the annual plan. So I thought I'd just pause here and let the committee discuss what we've mentioned so far before looking at the rate increase section.
Thanks, Emma. So this is some of the key numbers that are coming through, and at the moment has baked in a 7.84% rate increase, correct?
There are focused questions or clarifications to the team.
Yes, Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The external debt is projected to increase by 16.8 million. At what point does the proposed investment policy get reflected in these forward plannings?
3, Mr. Chair, it is reflected in these numbers. So this document has been prepared on the basis that you would be externally borrowing and investing, which is why we've noted in there that if there's a change to that, we may need to change these numbers. But otherwise it's reflected. We also have to recognise now that we are a debt borrowing council, irrespective of our policy decision around investing. Where our capital expenditure is such now that we require debt to fund it. That won't change.
Okay.
So Don, can I just, for clarity and for the benefit of the committee, look at page 73. And correct me if I've got this wrong. But essentially, this plan anticipates the implementation of the policy we've adopted, and we've discussed that already this morning. So you'll see that there are long-term investments there of $39.409 million. Okay? I mean, we've done that anyway because we've essentially invested in ourselves. Of course, we've changed our balance sheet, and so under this anticipation, we will have $89 million in debt.
Yes, 75 for us, we're 2 pages ahead of you.
Oh, 73. Did I say 75?
We're 75, we're 2 pages ahead of your agenda.
Oh, right, we're 70. Yeah, that's what we're
I
behind. We're 73.
said the difference between the printed and online.
So we're on page 75.
I'm looking at the prospective statement of financial position. Sorry. Where if you look at that, you'll see that we'll have term loans. Actually, sorry, I should be careful. Of $89 million plus current a current portion of 17.5. That's a total of what? $98.5 million at the end.
So the term loans is where the additional external borrowings is coming from to
pay for our capital spend. Yes.
Capital spend and the investment policy.
No, we're not borrowing to invest on. We're changing where we source our borrowed money from. So we're changing it from borrowing off ourselves to borrowing off the market.
That's right. So
but we also have $40 million on investment. So our net position is no different.
So our external borrowing has changed as a result of this investment policy.
Yes.
I'm just wondering where that's reflected there. I mean, it's not in the referred to additional borrowing.
So if you go
16 million, but I think perhaps it would be more accurate to say it was 16 plus the 40.
So if you look at, I'm going off the numbers to be honest. If I go over the page, the statement of prospective cash flows, flow through. And if you look at this, our net cash flow from operations gives us a surplus of 24 million. We plan to spend, and you can see the red number there, a net $44 million on our capital program. Okay, so 24 doesn't go into 44. So we have to fund that difference somehow. And that's where, to go back to Anne's point, we're having to borrow. And in fact, we're at the stake now, what, $98 million a year at the end of 24. We're way above the $40 million that we originally were just calling on from our own reserves. So we are a net borrower. So this is showing that in the course of the coming year, we anticipate, assuming we achieve our CapEx program, borrowing the thick end of $21 million. Okay, Jezbree.
If I may interrupt here, I'd also emailed Anne about this. This is assuming that the entire tranche, because we were talking about splitting it, the investment quarterly. So this is assuming that
yes,
the whole.
in terms of the implementation of the policy, yes, that's right. That's what we agree.
Assuming the entire chunk has gone in.
Yep.
At this point, instead of that reflecting the quarter by quarter.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that's why I put 0.37. I won't refer to a page since we're going to get that out of place. But that's why we noted in 0.37, because until council approves that, I'm not prepared to change my financial reports for it.
Yep.
So
but even if and when that goes through, this figure would not exactly be this one.
No, the borrowing will still be the same, but the long-term investment will be
different.
I don't know, what will it be? Because you're planning to do it over 2 years.
2 years, 8 quarters.
So you might be 3/4 will be showing in there. So there might be about 30 million.
Probably.
Something like that.
Yeah. So this figure is.
Any other questions for us, please? Yes, Don?
Thank you. So just again, the investment policy depends on this change from internal borrowing to external borrowing. Without this change, there are no funds to put into the financial markets.
Yes, you're right. We are substituting what is currently internal debt, where we're borrowing off ourselves, for external debt. Bear in mind that our internal debt, we are charging rate rates for the privilege.
2%.
No. 4.35.
That's only if it's from.
Well, and in fact, we charged them 4.35 when in fact we could get the debt for less than 2 in the past.
Well, we've made
In
some
the past,
assumptions.
but not now.
Not now.
4.5. But I think that was the clarification I was looking for.
Oh, good.
This move from internal to external borrowing is critical for there to be funds available to put into these financial markets.
No, well.
Without it, there are no funds to put into these, to fund this.
The $40 million, Don, has just moved from being invested internally to being invested externally.
Yes. Borrowed internally, borrowed externally.
Yeah. But we are in no different net position.
But the risk profile changes.
Yes, that is correct. But it's arguable, and we could have a debate, and we've had this debate, so I'm not going to have it now. That actually, from a financial risk perspective, it is warranted.
I just bring it up because we've noted this annual plan increase to rates largely as a result of increased borrowing costs. So by taking borrowing from internal to external, we're compounding that risk to our ratepayers.
Challenged by that characterisation because there's lots of other issues that are giving rise to 10.84% rate increase.
And it's been listed here.
And Emma's gone through them in terms of the change.
I would concur with Councillor Don here because I messaged the email about this. The net we are looking at is 75,000, and
the difference between the two
between
bases.
the two options. If we choose to, I'm referring to the last slide of your presentation, the last workshop that you kindly emailed. So we are looking at either a gain of 75,000 or a deficit of 2,000. Right?
Yeah.
That is very small money for the kind of risk profile you're taking. 75,000. I'd also be interested in looking at how much exactly did we pay for this report, and when you take out all the deductions, everything this has cost us. 75,000 net gain.
Through you, Mr. Chair, of course, you're working on the basis that your investment returns are 4.4%.
Which is what you would in this market.
I agreed, but that's the point. The returns that you potentially may get, more than that. That's the decision that council chose to make. Equally, recognise that it could get less than that. but that was the decision it made. Your policy states that you, in regards to your reserves, your unrestricted reserves, that you have three choices. You either invest them in internal funds, you keep them as cash, or you use them externally. Okay, that's your choices.
Or you leave it as it is.
That was, yeah, that's what internal loans are. So you've got that choice. The council made the decision that it wishes to proceed with this balanced fund. If you want to make a different decision on your council report, then you can do so.
What I'm remarking about is the fact that when I look at the risk we take on as compared to the return, for me, that doesn't stack up. A $75,000 return for a council which has over 100 million, spend here is very little for the risk we take on. And that is something I'm emphasizing, 75,000.
And I think, Jaspreet, when we considered the policy, we decided we had to take the long-term view.
Agreed.
So indeed, there will be, over the life of the approach that we're taking, swings and roundabouts.
Oh, I completely agree.
And so, number one, so you have to take a long-term view, not what is occurring right at the moment in the markets, number one. Number two, the reality of it is that the policy of internal borrowing was inadequate for our funding needs.
Agreed.
And you can see that from the balance sheet, can't you? That actually we need
more than that.
We need more than that. So it's not a question of do we borrow on external markets or not. We had to.
I completely
so
concur
all I'm
with that.
trying to reflect here is that we have to take the long-term view around our investments. And after all, managed funds have done well up until the last year or two, and it is difficult to assume what will be in the years to come, but we have to go on that basis because of our debt needs. So we are in a position that I think is generally, and it's been the position accepted by council to date as being rational and appropriate. And let's track we're on.
I agree with the facts you've stated that we have to look at the long-term view, and that even if we had these, we will still need to go to the external market for borrowing. What I'm stating is that 40 million, 39, let's not split hairs there, invested for a very small return. For me, that risk does not stack up. It is a very, very small amount when we look at the risk we take on. But yeah, that's my case, and I think Albert's made this thing on it.
Yes, well, we're hearing different views, but at this stage, you can understand the basis on which the annual plan has been prepared.
Yeah.
And acknowledging there is a transition, which again, you quite rightly pointed out, from as we implement the policy. Right. Sorry, is it Matt?
Yeah.
Matt, sorry, Matt.
I just want to follow up. I know it seems like this one needs a little bit more conversation coming around it, but just thinking, I know we moved on from the last item on the agenda, but just whether some of those risks that we were just talking about have some similarity to some of the risks within the balanced portfolio that we've also been talking about. If there's some of those risks are synced up, then that kind of compounds into more risk, because it's the investment risk plus also the risks that we need to have to financially fluid for. If that investment is at higher risk now because we're experiencing risks such as another crash in tourism or a climate event or something like that, if it then means that our investment at the same time is for the foreseeable future tanked, then that's kind of double-edged risk in my opinion.
Look, I'm a wee bit vexed by the discussion because in lots of ways we've had an established policy here, Matt, and I think there is a sense to which we might have to at a different time, because I'd like to argue actually against your argument. I mean, the importance about a managed fund portfolio is actually a way in which to manage our investment risk. $40 million is all imposed upon our own ratepayers, whereas actually we're trying to externalise where we gain our income from rather than from our own ratepayers, which up until the changed circumstances they're paid the privilege for. So we're in a very conventional position, can I say that, moving to this policy. But yes, I think I would agree that actually the current markets make it more volatile, but then there's the balance, there's the advantage for us of our managed funds, portfolio managers that we've selected, who have within the capacity of their managed funds to rebalance their portfolio. And hence we'll have to monitor how they return and what the performance is. But I'd argue, Matt, that we've got to take a long-term view on that. Yes, Don, last point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Take a long-term view with those investments, but our capital expenditure is here and now. It needs to be occurring every year.
Good point.
Well, they don't necessarily sync up, do they? If you've taken a long-term view with your headroom or your capital, and you've got expenses today, then you've got an issue.
Well, I would have assumed that you would recognise that $40 million is a long-term position to take. We're not spending $44 million to buy up next year. You're spending $44 million, which you are funding by debt, for a 50-year benefit for your community. Otherwise, why are you doing it?
That's my question.
Well, that's a different debate.
Why are we doing that?
That's a different debate to how you fund it. And you need to have a different discussion if you're questioning the CapEx.
I'm not questioning the CapEx. I'm questioning this desire to borrow externally those funds at risk.
You won't do next year's capital program if you do not borrow.
What if the market goes down?
You will not do next year's $40 million.
Oh, yes, but we've agreed, I think.
Come on, Don, please listen to me. I'm getting. I have a feeling we should probably have a cup of tea. This is going round and round. We have a policy which we have adopted. Now, unless somebody's going to put a motion on the floor that we rescind that, and that is a significant decision, we do have an approach. If you don't like the idea of borrowing, then how are you going to do next year's annual plan with $40 million worth of CapEx?
There's a difference between borrowing to do capital expenditure and borrowing to put in the financial markets. Very different. I don't think anyone's disagreeing that we need to borrow to build roads and water pipes and that.
We clearly have an unreconciled difference, Don, because I also recognise that in borrowing $100 million, we also have $40 million in investments.
Today.
Yes, which will come and go as the market goes up and down. And our cost of borrowing will go up and down, depending on what we can get through the OGFA. Nothing is certain.
And that's conventional.
It's actually the market reality of working. Okay, can we move on, please? I think unless there is something more that needs to be said, we've had a fair crack.
I'm sorry, it's on that topic, but I think it's rather mischievous to say that we're borrowing to invest money. We're borrowing to give us a secure funding of the capital that we need to do. And I've been here long enough to see the example of having money in the bank and making sure we avoided external borrowing, where that left us with a whole lot of bridges behind the eight ball and massive expenditure, which is part of the reason that our rates have gone up where they are, and roading programs that haven't been achieved as well. So we've sort of learnt from that. And so I think this new way of dealing with those issues and not having money sitting around just depreciating is a very good idea. And we've specifically chosen fund managers with a track record. We've gone for a risk profile which is not a high one, like in terms of exposure. So I think we've been quite prudent, and I think the advice that we've had from our financial team has been very sound. And I'm not a financial expert, but it makes total good business sense to me. And it's been discussed around this council many times. And we've, as far as I'm concerned, we've seen it as a way forward.
Look, can I ask a question which I hesitate to ask, but I want to reflect on? And I wonder if over the break you could have a look at the minutes for the 16th of December, please, because this took us as much time, if not more, in December. And if I recall correctly, there was a commitment to actually have a workshop to discuss that. Have you had the workshop? And we're still unclear. Is that right? Well, we've done what we said, and we are where we are. Right, is there any more comments people like to make? I mean, I'm conscious that you haven't got to the end of the first part of the presentation. Okay, Matt.
Well, it's unrelated to that. Just on comment 10 in this report, just regarding, I mean, this is very pragmatic. We've got an LTP in action and we have an annual plan to figure out. So therefore, it's not deemed as something needing consultation with the community, and it's going to be essentially our roles to go out and sell this rate rise to the community and justify it to them. For clarity, when is the opportunity for community consultation? Is that coming, and will it be adequate coming up to the next LTP?
Through you, Mr. Chair, with formal consultation, there needs to be key issues around which you consult on, and it's quite legislatively structured and bound. And we've looked at the plan as it stands now, the draft plan, and considered it against that legislation and against the your own significant and engagement policy. And as such, there's no significant difference between what the LTP is and what is recommended here. It's also really hard to identify a key issue in this apart from your rates are going up and what do you think? And I think we all fairly much can have a fairly clear idea from our community about what they're going to say. So that's why the recommendation for no formal consultation is put in there. But it's really key to understand the difference between formal consultation and engagement and information, because they are quite different. And consultation, unfortunately, engagement and consultation seem to get put together as one, and it is important to have that clarity. We're not saying we're not going to go out and inform our ratepayers and residents. We will be going out, and there is a plan of attack similar to what we did last year when we didn't do formal consultation again. So we will be putting out quite an in-depth story in detail in first edition that will go out in April. It will also point to both information on our website and information on our engagement online page, Make It Stick. And both of those will have quite a lot of information. The Make It Stick page will be asking questions of people about what they think about various things and seeking feedback. That feedback will be brought back to you after that period in probably May. We'll also be advertising that's available in the newsletters and other ways around the community. And I would be recommending that it would be a great idea as you as councillors wanted to have drop-in centres in your areas, that we can organise that for you, and you can actually talk to them and bring that feedback back as well. So I think we certainly want to hear from our communities, but in a less formal way than the legislative consultation process.
So, Mark, was your hand?
Thank you.
Yeah, Mark.
Going back to me, then totally agree with what you're saying, Louise, but I think it's imperative too that we consult with our communities. And I was thinking the opportunity before community board meetings to open up our doors. I don't know how we're going to do it, but drop-in sessions are another add-on. But we have a community board meeting every month. Should we not open our doors 2 hours beforehand as elected members with their community board members, and actually something that a community can come and
Am I right in saying that would be the only time for the community to really be able to pitch their say in terms of level of service and questions about CapEx and OpEx, and especially considering price and scope and forecasting has gone up? There's been the odd comment of, at what point do we get to have another look at this project, whether it goes forward or not? Because when we said yes, we weren't expecting it to, far down the line, cost this much. When do we get the opportunity to say, actually, let's rethink this? Because it's the nature of the long-term plan process. So just for my own clarity, just trying to think what to do with councillors and what to do for community to be able to voice those concerns.
In terms of projects that are local, that process, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anne, that process has already gone through your community boards now, and they have approved the projects that they are wanting in the annual plan. I think having a meeting before the community boards is a really good idea. And I was talking to Pam York from the Waihopai Toitoi board, who went to Crank Up Day, who took her community board members to Crank Up Day, and she said it was a really excellent experience of enabling community board members to have that engagement and interaction with ratepayers and residents. And I think that that's something we would want to promote going forward, that it's actually that the ratepayers are able to have opportunities to talk directly to the board members and councillors rather than just staff as well.
Really?
Thank you, Chair. We need to be very clear about whether we're talking about engagement or whether we're talking about consultation. Engagement, the consultation comes when we're particularly doing major changes or our long-term plan. That's when we get out there and we engage along the way. The consultation, no, sorry, wrong way. Consultation. So the engagement is an ongoing thing that we should be doing every opportunity that we get, and capturing those comments and bringing them back and putting them into the bank of good ideas. So yeah, be careful how we're using it, because you see I've just confused everything okay now. But it's really important that because we have done the work on consulting for this long-term plan, we can't afford to be doing that every year. We don't have time, and we certainly can't do it to the level that it needs to be done for us to have confidence to say we've spoken to the district. And so the engagement along the way can influence your local decision making, I believe, and give you guidance as to where you're going, and that feeds into what we're going to do in the long-term plans. But the long-term plan is where we go, and we should be talking about levels of service and projects and affordability in that scenario.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the goal moving forward this year with the long-term plan engagement as well. And we have a goal that people aren't going to be, the ratepayers and residents aren't going to be surprised about what the key issues are in the next long-term plan, because we'll have gone out and talked to them and given them information on the various topics that we are thinking are coming forward as the key consultation issues in the long-term plan. Another aspect of that is we're hoping to be able to go out with the boards early this year and talk to them, the boards out talking to their communities about the projects that they're doing in their areas and what the community wants, and ensuring that the community understands that alongside any new projects we have to consider renewals and maintenance as well as those, so those costs are already there. So yeah, we really want to get out early this year with the engagement for the LTP, so that when the consultation document is written in February and March next year, it's not a surprise to any of our ratepayers.
Look, I've got Sarah, then Don, then Rob. We can just ask question clarifications. I don't lose Matt's point. We're discussing here consultation on the annual plan, not the long-term plan. Okay. I think is the first point, number one. Number two, if I can channel back to the prior discussion when we had the same discussion for the last annual plan, I think we need to recognise that this annual plan is in the shadow or the context, under the umbrella, whatever analogy you want to use, of the 21-31 long-term plan. And indeed the basic level of service offering, the basic intention of pushing forward with renewals, all that sort of drama, is what is the underpinning of this annual plan. I don't think that's changed, correct? Okay. So the underpinning is being the basis for the non-consultation resolution is because it's continuing that on. We aren't necessarily proposing significant changes in our renewal strategy or our infrastructure strategy, or indeed core projects. So I appreciate there's going to always be some some stuff around the edge. So I think that's just an important point for us to remember. If I've got it right, Matt, if I can come back to your question, which is a good one, that actually that's the reason that this is more an information and a discussion rather than a consultation with a change. Right, thank you. Sarah, then Don, and then Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, totally agree with the comments that you've just made. I just wanted to add that Fiordland Community Board have actually initiated engagement sessions, like community drop-in sessions, prior to about a fortnight before every single board meeting. They're now doing that in 3 locations, Tiana, the Key and Manapuri, and they've done that off the back of the Manapuri drop-in sessions being very, very successful over the past 3 years. And so in terms of community engagement, and you know, if we are bringing things back local and looking at things being community-led, it is actually a really good way of having those discussions with the community, and the community have a choice to be able to go to those sessions. Tiano and the Key are going to be new this time round, but we know already that they're really successful from a Manapuri perspective. So I'd certainly encourage all other community boards to go down this track, because it's one of those things that really does build trust. That's all. Thank you.
Sarah? Don?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder, you mentioned engagement and that make it stick. And so if we're looking for feedback from the community, could we ask them, do you believe council should borrow externally to fund infrastructure? And then your next question could be, do you believe council should borrow externally to fund an investment portfolio?
Mr. Chair, you've done that consultation as part of your LTP.
Right, can we move on, please? Rob.
Yeah, a lot of the previous discussions touched on what I wanted to say, but I think the key for this, and to Matt's question, is the no surprises for our ratepayers. And what we've got in even this report here is a breakdown of the rates increases for all areas. So we're not saying 7.84% and then someone in Manapuri is going to suddenly get an 11% and go, well, I thought it was going to be 7.8. So I think that keeping that sort of transparency there, and to Sarah's point, the ongoing engagement, I think, is the key as well. I don't want to have a council that only engages once every 3 years. I think that ongoing feeding in from the community actually will give us a high quality long-term plan. And yeah, the semantics around engagement and consultation are quite important, but I think if we have ongoing engagement, the consultation process will be pretty bulletproof and robust as well. So yeah, just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Emma, I think we might have got in. Oh,
Out of order.
thank you. Welcome to the meeting.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to come back, sorry, to that consultation question that Councillor Wilson asked. I just wanted to nail down explicitly that LTP is consulted on, and extensively. So it was part of your question, and I never just quite categorically had the answer for you. The LTP absolutely is consulted on, and it's a big process.
Yes, that's a good point, and there is no choice about that. It will occur. It's legal. Right, Emma, I think we've probably messed around with your presentation, and I suspect we've got into the second tranche. So, look, I'd like us to take a break. Sorry, I think we've had a fairly long go. Can I ask you folk just to stay around for this bit? But I'd like to suggest that we take a break for 10 minutes, cup of tea. It's a bit late in the morning, but we're better to have a cup of tea now, I think, than not. So, like, according to that clock up there, it's about 25 past. Can we be back, please, at 25 to 12? Give you a chance to that we endorse that we don't consult, but there are other ways in which we're looking to work with our community boards and also with our communities generally. I'm in your hands as to where you take us from here, short of the resolutions.
So I'll just circle back to the first section and look at the second way that we look at the financial result. So as I mentioned earlier, staff have also analysed the financial results comparing the annual plan to the previous year. And overall rates have increased by 4.6 million. And the key drivers are 1.2 million for loan costs, and that's mainly the increase from interest rate from 3 to 4.35. 960k for wastewater rate, that's because we're no longer using the strategic asset reserve funding. And 740 for waste costs for rubbish and recycling, and 558 for roading, which was the planned increase in the road rehabilitation program. So the proposed rate change for individual properties will vary throughout the district depending on the type of property, its location, and the services it pays for, as well as its capital value. So I'd just like to point out that the increase in interest to 4.35, that will have a significant impact on the sewage, wastewater and fixed portion of the UAGC rate. And this affects residential households and townships more because they pay those service rates. The residential houses have also been affected by the fixed wastewater rate no longer having the 960 strategic asset reserve. So both those drivers have flowed through to the residential households. So I'd like you to have a look at Appendix B now, which is the rate change analysis that Nicole has done for us. You'll see Table 1 shows by township the proposed average rate increase varies from 110 or 6% in Oropoki to $337 or 13% in Riversdale. And overall residential has increased by 9.48%. And Table 2 shows by land use sector, the proposed average rate increase varies from $76 or 1.83 in forestry, so they've got the lowest increase, up to 10.63 and $886 for commercial properties. And Table 3 shows all of the rate types. So overall, across the district, it's a 7.84 rate increase compared to 5.75 in Year 3 of the long-term plan. And I'll open up for questions.
Thanks. I think this is close to a rating policy, but this is more a case of what is the effect of the decisions that are made around rate increases. Questions for Emma?
Through you, Chair, as the Mayor has pointed out, the information that we're providing in this report is no surprises.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And take it on that.
Oh, just to clarify, Emma, I'm looking at Table 1 and we're saying 7% average rate increase, but all those are, and I think you've touched on it, it's the urban areas, so those are up 15 to 20%. So,
sorry, to clarify, we're looking at the central column that's grey coloured. Okay, so the two columns on the right actually are there for comparison. They were what the increases were as per last year's annual plan that we adopted. So we're just saying, for example, if we look at Adalassa, this year in this annual plan, it's a average dollar increase of $274 or 11%, whereas in last year's annual plan, when we adopted that, it was $362 or 17%. So in this range, we're looking, what was it, the 6% to 13% for those township areas is the range, as opposed to anything in the 15 to 20% that you're talking about, just to clarify.
okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Any other questions?
Through you, oh sorry.
You go for it.
No, you've just got a question.
I'm looking at Table 2, please, and just wondering if you could give me an idea. I'm looking at forestry because that got my attention in terms of coming off with far smaller rate rise than the others, especially as compared to the previous reason.
And so that's because they won't be paying water, sewage, rubbish costs. Okay, so those properties are large land areas with forest on them. So the main drivers of their rates will be the capital value rates for roading and for the general rate.
And no, I'm just comparing the 2 years. So the previous year, 22-23 was 8.58 as compared to 1.83. This difference caught my attention. How come it was that high the previous year and substantially lower this year?
It was potentially to do with the revaluation that we did for properties. So the forestry sector, their values might have increased. So their percentage increase would have been driven by a value increase change.
Yeah, because I understand what they were rated on. It was just the contrast between the 2 years.
Yeah, so we did a general revaluation last year.
Okay.
And so in that, the value of the forestry sector would have changed, and so they would have taken on a higher proportion of things like the roading rate and the general rate, right? and that was compared to the 21-22 LTP, right? So that was driving a percentage change there. And then this year, what's happening is we don't have that value change. That's not affecting because we're comparing with apples.
You've hardly done that after a long time, the revaluation?
It's done every 3 years.
Right, so this is probably going to be reflected in another couple of years then.
Yeah, so we do, so there's always swings and roundabouts, but when we come to a revaluation about how that change impacts rates, and we did a bit of analysis about that and talked to council about that when we were looking at the impact.
I did through previous papers, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes. Oh, sorry, Derek, did you have your hand up?
Yep.
Oh, you did. So Derek, then Christine.
I'm just concerned that, our rates seem to be continuing on the rise, and we've got a ratepayer base that are going to be horribly reluctant to pay too much more. When does it stop? When do we? It's almost like when I was driving the town today. I thought, I'm 54 years old. I've never seen a new road being built. Yet nowadays we can hardly afford to fix a pothole. There's something fundamentally wrong in the whole system. I feel like we're choking bureaucracy and not out there fixing roads. I just find it totally frustrating. And, to find that each year we keep increasing our rates and probably delivering less to our ratepayers is quite concerning.
I can't respond, sorry, Derek. That may be management's issue, or are you just making a general comment?
No, probably general comment. I'm just venting my concern and frustration that.
I think, look, the only thing I can do from a chair's guidance is actually to reflect back and that our annual plan is made up of ideas of level of service and the assumptions that we apply to them. We've gone through the assumptions a lot today in that prior paper, and you can see the influences that are affecting our plan. The question then becomes level of service. What are we offering, or promising is the wrong word, because you go back to section 96, what do we intend to offer to the community through the spend? We actually need to be focusing on the non-financial performance of the council and what it's delivering, rather than, we're always worrying about the money, but it's what are we actually doing for the community, which is really your question. Is my pothole being fixed? That's slightly different. It's an important discussion, which technically can be part of the annual plan, but is more part of your long-term plan. Actually, you need to look very closely at what are we offering and promising the community through our plan, and we're asking them to fund.
Just through you, Your Worship, in terms of context, like I've worked for council for quite some time, and we are a massive district with a massive roading network, and we have a bucket load of assets for water, sewage, like for little towns with hardly any people. And that's our challenge. We don't have a lot of ratepayers to pay for all of this massive infrastructure base, and that was the challenge with the LTP. So previous councils have always had that, and I guess the story in the past long-term plan is kicking the can down the road. We're no longer doing that. We're actually fronting up and saying to maintain these assets, this is how much it costs. And that's what the LTP was about. It was about putting that money in, funding that level of renewal, doing that capex. And the reality is we have a very small ratepayer base, and so that does.
I guess my point is that, as I say, from here to Eastern Bush, there hasn't been a new road. Most of them have been tar sealed for that time. When those roads are built, there would have been even less ratepayers around. In the old days, you said build a road, you put a fellow on a dozer, he went and built it. Now there seems to be a whole level of bureaucracy and stuff goes on. I'd imagine probably nearly half the money spent in the room at the office before we actually get to making the road. We are living beyond our means. And as I said, we're choking ourselves in bureaucracy with paperwork and the health and safety and not delivering out in the field. It's a real concern.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I completely understand what you're saying just with regards to recent community boards and the feeling that they have based on our rural ratepayer base. But I'm also acutely aware of the fact that, as ratepayers, we have the ability to apply for funding through our community boards for things which are, questionable in terms of whether or not they're absolutely essential, especially at this time when we're looking at the things that are happening, say, in the North Island. I think that's a pretty clear indication of how we should be thinking in terms of the long-term plan. We have been through probably over the last 3 to 5 years, through central government, through an era of being able to access funding for all sorts of stuff, and that valve's going to turn off even more so. The screws are going to come on even more so based on what's happening, which is foreseeable, but which is obviously unforeseeable as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the ratepayers need to be made aware of that as well. The meat and 3 veg approach is probably more appropriate now, more so than ever, than the 5-stage, full-on meal, if you know what I mean. I think there's a general appetite out there that people do understand. We've just had a finance meeting, and that revolved around kind of taking maybe a more conservative approach because of some certain uncertainties. We need a balanced portfolio, and I think, we're at the whim of a lot of stuff going on, and we just have to be, I think we just have to be cognizant of that. And it's as you say, we've got a small ratepayer base. We've got Waka Kotahi are probably not going to have a big appetite to be lending Southland a hell of a lot of money for obvious reasons. But I think, and we talked about it earlier too, about community engagement. So there's consultation and then there's engagement. And I think we can convince the people of Southland that, if we get the basics right and we do focus on the things that we do need, either in an annual plan or a long-term plan, then that's kind of part of the goal or the focus. And if they can come on board with us, then that's going to be a much more prudent way of going about it.
Thanks, Tom. I think we need to keep moving on. I take on board your point, Derek, and I think it's lost on staff. And I think we've got a discussion here somewhere further down the track around levels of service, which I think, what can be offered. Christine, you actually, I think, were next on the list.
It was just clarification. I had thought that the revaluation that occurred last year impacted on last year's rates as well, which was residential areas had an increase of up to 18 or 19% in their rates.
Yeah, but what Councillor Jaspreet was talking about was in terms of the percentage increase that forestry was showing on that table versus for the prior year compared to what the percentage increase is for forestry this year. So I think she was comparing the 8.58 versus the 1.83. So the 8.58 would have been affected by the revaluation change, would have made up quite a bigger portion of that last year, which we don't have that effect this year because...
So it was the same for everybody?
Yeah.
Last time round and the same this time round?
Yeah, it's just the reason for the difference between the 2 years of that percentage increase. Yeah.
Rob, you're next, I think.
Yeah, just a quick comment to Councillor Chamberlain's. I think we've also got to we can look at what we don't have, but we can also look at what we have delivered and the $43 million work plan that we've been talking about, and things like that Fieldland Tiana wastewater plant of $30 million. So there is a whole lot of stuff that is being done that's reflected in the rates. So I think just taking that into account as well.
It's important to look at actually what we're delivering. Any other question? Oh, sorry, Paul, did you have any?
Well, I did, but I thought it could save to another day.
Okay.
Just about the whole roading spending thing.
So can we move on, please, Emma? I think there is still a final part to your report, and I'd like to hear that, please.
No, we did it out of order, so...
Okay, so you have to can we move then to the resolution, because I think we need to try and move on in that case. We received the report. B and C makes sense. We endorse the annual plan. So just let's just check the project plan. That's essentially in the graph form on page 69 under paragraph 50. Oh, sorry, paragraph 54. I don't know whatever number that is on your electronic version. That's essentially what we're endorsing there to see us through to that important time of adoption, the critical meeting being the 21st of June. We receive the draft 23-24, and I think probably we should, well, I suppose it says annual plan. We know an annual plan is prospective financial statements and associated rate change analysis by township and land use sector. We consider the financial results, including the projected operating deficit, to be financially prudent, given Council's position and previous policy decisions around funding of depreciation and use of monies returns for 24-25 will be returned. So that actually is an important resolution. Again, if I can just refer members back, seeing we have had this break, we go to paragraph 32. You'll note that the balanced budget test, which is do our revenues, our operating revenues cover our operating expenditure, are they matching? In this case, they don't. We are spending more technically in the coming year than we receive, but we're saying it's prudent to do that. That's essentially what that argument is. That needs to be reworked. We're going to redo that, by the way, at 30 June if we continue on this way. We acknowledge the changes to the financial and rate information may occur. So there's changes that could occur between now and June. That's why 21 June becomes important. We recommend that no formal consultation is undertaken. Discussion around that. We recommend that it undertakes the communication information approach. Again, Louise has outlined that. And we note the rating boundary extensions around the various halls and pool as outlined. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Margie. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Christine. Is there any discussion on the motion? I'll put the motion in, please, or the motions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against?
Aye.
Don, you're against? No. Okay, there's no abstentions. I said that yesterday, by the way. Okay, that's cool. Thank you very much. Passed by majority. That's great. Thank you for that engagement. It's been, as I say, hard work. Needed to be, because it's actually critical stuff that's in front of us. We still have critical stuff, and we went through different phases of it where we're looking at information about previous reviews, which have been important to us in terms of actually making certain we as governments can have confidence in what's happening in the engine of the council. And I'm very appreciative, Nick, that you come back and that we can have a look at this along with the other stuff that we have got in front of us. So I'm in your hands, man.
Well, good morning, Chair and Councillors. Just about good afternoon. Look, today's report is really a summary of where we have got to as a management team in regards to the audit that was completed some time ago. Just for the purpose and update of some of the new councillors around the table, this report was completed a couple of years ago, and it was really a follow-on from the key audits that were taking place across the organisation, but also we had found ourselves in a LTP year where we were making some reasonable commitments to an ongoing investment. And one of the key, areas for the audit was to ensure that can we ensure that we have the systems and tools in place to continue to deliver at a reasonable rate of capital expenditure as well as the quantum of projects. So, the year that we were talking around this, we were looking at around a $40 to $40 million a year and circa 200 odd projects. In that year that the audit was completed, we effectively hit our mark. We had a big TNL project which definitely took up a reasonable chunk of that. And we've continued obviously to look at that sort of area of that $40 odd million of so following the audit, Deloitte's had effectively given us 8 key areas around the projects and project management, and also out of that, contained in those 8 recommendations was, or 8 findings, was 26 key recommendations. Obviously we had one that was which was rated as high, which was a consistent practice around undertaking project delivery process. One of the things that they had highlighted to us was, given the scale of our 200 odd projects, yes, we had a really good tool and system, but was it scalable to a $2,000 project versus a $30 million project, or even an emergency project, i.e. we have to get out and repair a bridge, and do we still have to have the same processes? And if you put a process in place and then don't use it, it's not really the ideal way of looking at a project. So one of the key areas that we've obviously focused in on is the ability to have scale in regards to how we deliver things and the process that sits in behind it. Of those 26 recommendations, we've had 16 of those completed to date, and I'll get Brendan to talk through, I guess, the residual that's left and our key areas to complete, and when we'll likely have those implemented.
Thanks, Nick. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, certainly the project delivery team has been on a bit of a journey, and as Nick sort of alluded to, the scalability of project delivery is quite vast across council. What also needs to be taken into account and measured with project delivery is also our procurement policy, our procurement manual and our delegations manual. So those sit alongside and need to be taken into consideration with project delivery. So I guess if as Nick sort of covered off, there was 8 key areas, 26 recommendations, 16 of those have already been completed. And I guess I'll give you an overview of where we're looking at, or where we're heading to, I guess, mitigate or eliminate the remainder of the risks that were identified. So we started off with the Project Management Handbook, which covers a whole lot of information around, obviously, project management. It has terms of reference. It touches on procurement, procurement policy and delegations and things like that. It also went into financial reporting and recording so that we could have successful financial reporting for our projects. Obviously, as part of that, we've been discussing the rollout of the new financial management system. Now, our current project management software does not integrate with our current financial management system, hence looking at a new financial management system, and the project management software that we are looking, the next phase is a proof of concept for that software will have the ability to talk and have financial integration between the project delivery suite and the financial management component of it. At the moment, it is done through spreadsheets and obviously updates and cube updates and a lot of financial type stuff. And we have our finance business partners who we love dearly and are very dear to us. We work very closely with, but you certainly with the FMI system and the project management software talking to one another, will have up to date. Basically, overnight, it will update and we'll have that. We have our finger on the pulse as far as the spend. So that's one of the things that we're looking at, which actually covers quite a number of the elements within this audit. It also covers sign-offs. It has, like CAMS, it has gateways and sign-off procedures that you cannot pass until those have been identified, discussed and met, and then you can go by all effect. What was another one? Oh, risk management. So we have, with thanks to Jeff Gray, had a very, very good risk management tool that he used for down our wastewater. So we, with the help of Jeff, replicated that risk management framework, and we've developed that, and we now utilise that for project delivery. So that identifies risks right across the board. It covers financial, reputational, health and safety, operational, social, cultural, environmental, program risk and strategic risk. So it's quite an involved process, but it was one, I guess, that was identified by Deloitte, and that we were a little, had some work to do in that area. As I talked about, the project management software has approval gates, which must be followed to progress a project. We've made some change to our templates, to one of the, as Nick mentioned, scalability of project delivery. We have removed any duplication. We had a scoping document, which you will
possibly have seen, certainly our community boards would have seen. So our scoping documents, what we classed as G1 and G2, is the critical information that needs to be provided for project managers to undertake a successful project. It covers off, the full well-beings. It covers off what the budget is. It covers off contingency. Actually, it's the nuts and bolts of what the community are asking to be built. Because without that, we're making so many assumptions. So it's been a lot of work, a lot of development in that space. It also acts as an education piece for our board, so that they recognise the elements that are involved with project delivery, whether it be resource consent, building consent, boundary surveys. These are all things that take time and take money, unfortunately, to get through. So this is before any physical delivery actually even takes place. So there's money expended. What else have we got? I talked about the risk register. We talked about FMIS being integrated into the project management software. We talked a little bit about procurement, and obviously the procurement manual, the procurement policy, and then we've completed the government clever buying training, which all of the project management team went through, and quite a number from Three Waters roading team as well. So that has been completed, and Stuart may give an update perhaps on that in that procurement space. The project management handbook we had developed, and we will update that because it makes comment and reflection to CAMS, which is obviously the software that we're going to change out, and it also will directly relate to the new FMIS system, so it has a financial component in it. Then that will be rolled out across the organisation to everyone that completes, that undertakes project management.
Covers the big stuff that I've seen.
I think that's probably covers everything. I guess, is there any questions from?
Thank you, Brendan. I think that's the point. Got off the big points that certainly I had no. Members, we're looking here at our internal control, not actually individual projects. So you've got individual projects you're worried about, that's for a different day or a different discussion. This is actually about, are we comfortable with the progress that management are making in terms of upgrading our response to project management, the way that was originally lined out in the Deloitte report. Bear in mind, this is a good second, and I do appreciate this, Brendan, a follow-up to that original discussion, probably, was it 6 months ago, it might have been a wee bit longer. So we're about, actually, are we doing the right, does it sound like the right stuff happening internally, not actually perhaps our individual projects in our communities. We're not going to do that at this stage. Okay, questions? Yeah, sorry, Derek. Oh, sorry, Derek. Oh, God. Well, Christine, sorry, can I invite Christine to go first? I think Christine might have had a hand up first, then I've got you, Derek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, a useful report to read, thank you, and why we would like all the actions to be completed, 6 months or a year after they're identified, is just having the confidence, I guess, that you've prioritised the actions within here. It was helpful, I think, to see where you've noted 70% through. Some of them are not noted, and I think at least one hasn't got an end date. But just around contract management, talk about inconsistent contract management practice was identified, and you talked here about getting the policy in full review, etc. But can you offer some assurance now that there is consistent contract management processes in place without waiting for the policy to go through its lengthy process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, and we'll talk to that as part of his report, but we're more than confident that following both those reviews that we've had a bit of a reasonable deep dive in regards to how we contract. We've developed standardised suites of contracting documents. We've looked at how we've grouped contract and procurement together. The next step for us really is that which has been directly the project and contract team, and now we're starting to roll some of that out into other areas of the business. So
you prioritise the actions within each required action to get that underway rather than way
Correct.
to catch up is the important thing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is when we received both those audits, we very much did prioritise what were the things that we could action quite quickly and or easy to change and implement. Some of the things, obviously, that Brendan mentioned are a little bit longer that are requiring, the new FMS system to be in place and the upgrade of the PM tool and those sort of things, which are always going to lag. But I'm be confident that we've got a reasonably good continuity of contract management now happening across the organisation.
Yeah, and the only other comment was just made, it might be useful to update the staff member responsible to manage that risk as well, because some of the staff, some of these actions have since left.
I think you're waiting, Derek.
Through you, Chair. What's a reasonable percentage, if you had a $1 million contract, what's a reasonable percentage you'd expect that goes on? I'm just seeing a lot of paperwork and a lot of time and energy into these projects, into making sure the project's done. But what's an acceptable? I know there's a certain amount of work that's got to go on behind the scenes before a project starts, but what's an acceptable level? Because this is where I think we're not. It's probably a lot of money getting spent before a spade gets in the ground rather than doing the project.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that was absolutely a key area of focus from Deloitte. Deloitte's obviously said, hey, look, you've got this great process, but is it scalable? Does it work for a $2,000 cemetery beam that's pretty much a transactional type project? And so if you have that process, you can't then sort of pick and choose which ones you do or don't. So part of this review is to look at it and go, well, actually, we'll have a reduced process for some of that smaller transactional work. And where we have higher risk projects, which are more likely to have contract procurement or risk issues, then we look at using a more fuller suite of the delivery framework. So that is definitely an area that we've been looking at in regards to how do we make sure that we can advance some of the lower risk projects faster. Not without due diligence, but without having, if you look at a really simple, like I say, a cemetery beam, you need to be doing a risk report and a procurement strategy and you'd spend more time doing that than spending the $2,000 and getting the job done.
Well, that's my point. That's why
we're making sure that with the new framework that there is scalability and a risk response to delivery of some of our projects. Another example is often a pump might fail, $50,000. It's a pump in, pump out. It's a pretty simple project. I'd hardly call it a project. It's more of a transaction of getting some work done. But that does make up part of our capital works program, and we still have to report on all of that. So it's just trying to balance how we do that and the tools that we have in our toolbox. We definitely don't try to add. Our job is trying to get as much of the $40 million delivered in any 1 year. We definitely don't want to add more process where we don't have to, that's for sure.
We need control on all our spend.
Yeah, we do.
It needs to be at the right proportionate to what is the project, and the value of Appendix B or whatever it is that you've given a sense of actually how you'll have that scalability.
Correct.
Julie, I think you're next.
Thank you. Just a question, is this actually new software that you are employing for this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes it is. We had a system that was developed where we bought and implemented, I think maybe 4 years ago. The technology's definitely moved on, and the system that was purchased really wasn't doing what we were hoping it would do, and neither did it have the financial integration into our system. So you're doing reporting without any project really needs that financial input to ensure that your program versus your spend is in line. So the new system we're currently working with is effectively a partnered system to our FMIS, which means we can ensure in the future that those two systems are talking. We went to market for that. I think we had about 15 responses. We narrowed it down to 3. We had presentations by 3, and we've chosen one that meets the same cost parameters as what we originally had in the initial system. So it will be a good system once we've implemented it.
So does the changeover to the new system, can we have assurance that nothing gets dropped off?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. At the moment, we're sort of in between a bit of a grey area with a system that we're starting to run out, and then obviously waiting for a new system to come in. So we will have a crossover period, but we still have very good backup through our financial reporting in regards to across all our projects.
If I may, in all the bells and whistles that you were talking about, I didn't hear communication being front and centre of all that you are looking at doing there, and making sure that you are communicating with the right people at the right time. So is that just part and parcel of it, that it doesn't need special mention, or is it...
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, absolutely valid point. Wasn't left because of not importance to it, but definitely one of the gaps that we found with the old project management system was its ability to report was pretty average. So our ability to report effectively and efficiently to our community boards was just really not cutting the mustard. Correct. And so that's a key area of focus for us, is the ability to make sure that community boards and governance are getting accurate reporting and communication through to them. So that's a big focus for us in regards to, while we might not have talked on it, it is definitely a big focus in regards to ensuring that that is done.
Thanks, Julie. Sarah, you've got a question, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of implementation of the new financial management system, and you've already mentioned that it's going to be integrated into CAMS, are you confident now then that this is actually going to also allow for more accurate forecasting and LTP planning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's probably a joint question between, I guess, Anne and myself. FMIS will still be the key lead, I guess, system in regards to the financial management. We're dropping CAMS effectively and going to a new system which is has a connection to the financial system. So the two systems will be talking to each other, so we can still ensure that whatever data and information we're actually putting into from a project side is flowing into FMIS and vice versa. So that should give us far better information when it comes to an LTP, and also would give us far better information to be able to look back onto in regards to what is actually being delivered and spent on each project between the two systems.
Okay, thank you.
30 June is still the date. Deliverable. Dan?
30 June is the date that we're proposing for our financial system, but I guess, I don't know, on the project management it's still being developed.
It's just the proof of concept that, through you, Mr. Chair, it's just the proof of concept that we want to ensure that we're not being sold something that doesn't fit the purpose. So we're being very careful in that respect. We also understand that Environment Southland have just taken on the system that we are looking at as well. So there has been some dialogue between Environment Southland as well, and how they're finding it, tweaks that they've had to make or issues that they've found. So there is that due diligence that's happening in the background as well.
Good. Good to see the museum. Any other questions for folks? Yes, Jasri.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I just note that under fraud management, and this is probably small change, they're talking of, the write-offs, and it is still under progress identified in 2019, that the ability that there is a possibility that employees could bypass and write off accounts. Have you had a look at that? And it seems to be a generic comment from Deloitte, but our answer to that is only looking at library write-offs.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what's happened to that report is it should have only had the audit points for the contract management, and it's ended up having all the...
Yeah, I could see from their faces that...
Yeah, that's... yeah, that's exactly the reasons why they're looking like that. Is that those other audit points, I presume, have just been copied from our last report that we sent up to you. That'll get updated in your next.
Sure thing. Thank you.
But we'll have a particular look at that one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Otherwise, the boys could, if they wish, answer that. Right?
Right on answering. Thank you.
I wonder if we could move to the recommendations, because I'd like to propose just a simple third one, if I could. So firstly, we received the report, and thank you, Brendan, and Matt, for being here. And we agree to accept the commentary, including the 5 actions provided against these action items. So that's the schedules. We've agreed with that. I'd just like to suggest that we'd like staff to update us on progress in September 2023. That date is important to me, Brendan, because of your stated milestones. It's being something that's pretty near finished. So I'd be looking for a level of a closeout report on this improvement program. So I would like us to also resolve that we like Brendan gives an update in September 23. So you can hear the clear expectation that I'm thinking we're going to have it finalised. So we'll leave it that way. I'll move that from the chair. Do I second it? Thank you, Christine. Is there any discussion on the motions? And I'll put all those in favour, please say aye. Those against, carried. Thank you. Appreciate it, Brendan. Thank you. Wonderful. G'day, Jock. How are you? You next, is that right? Brilliant. Oh, and Jane, you're bringing Jane as well.
Jane's going to come give me some moral support.
Jane.
All right, so today I'm introducing a new quarterly report that I'd like to be presenting to this committee on a quarterly basis to talk about our cybersecurity and our general security health in general, and to give you some assurance around some of the work programs that we've undertaken to improve the security of our organisation, improve the awareness of our staff. And what I'm looking for from this committee today is some feedback on the information that's provided and whether that information is at the right level to give you that assurance that this organisation is taking this particular risk seriously and that we're appropriate controls and that it is understandable. So it's easy for someone like myself who lives and breathes stuff from a technology perspective to employ technical terms and so forth. What I've tried to do with this report is bring it back in such a way that as governors you can consume it, you can easily see that we're making progress against this risk, and you have an opportunity to question yourself about what's happening in my space. So I'll take it as this report has been read, that you've seen the actions we've covered off in the Q4 period. The other piece of this report shows the outstanding audit items, and we'll talk to that shortly, but if I can ask for anybody got any questions that they have around the structure of the report, information in the report, or things that you feel might be lacking.
So you're asking about the completeness of the report from our side, and then you're going to deal with the detail.
Okay, I'll deal with it.
We've dealt with it. So how do folk feel about the report? Good. Nods around the table. So I think you can take it. This is really useful. And given I probably asked for it, can I tell you I like it? So but I do have some questions. So perhaps if you were to move on to the content of the report, that would be really good.
Okay, so the front section obviously is a dashboard. Currently, according to and measured by the risk framework that we use at Council, the cybersecurity risk is sitting in the medium space. Now, there's a couple of things to think about cybersecurity. It's unlikely we're going to move that cyber risk into low unless we expend excessive capital with no benefit. The other side of it, if we don't do anything, that risk is going to continue to go through high and to extreme. So the work programs that we're putting in place today are trying to use our resources and our financials in the best way we can to get the best outcomes to ensure that our risk does not move from that medium to that high. So some of the key fundamentals around that are, we employ some technology that helps protect us. We are very aware that staff and councillors are our first and last lines of defence, and we've invested heavily in awareness training. So ensuring that our staff are aware of the threats that are happening out there. So phishing attacks are one of the fundamentals. We have an awareness training program. It's a fortnightly short video. Currently that's being given to staff and it's about to be extended to elected members. And it's about ensuring that we all have the same skills, because it only takes one moment and attention, a link clicked, you're all busy, and ransomware, for example, or you're in a phishing scheme where they're trying to get information and or your identity. That statistic I've put in the top one talks to the awareness training. We've had a really good uptake from staff around awareness training. It's been really, really good. And we've got some good metrics now around the areas that as a team we can concentrate on, what areas we can target to improve people's awareness, and areas that people are really good at. So areas that are native, people understand passwords, for example. Talk about multi-factor authentication, that's now become the norm. There's other areas where we talk about ghosting. So when you swipe into a building, there's somebody behind you and they ghost through with you. We didn't have to deal with that when we had one site, 4th Street. Now with 3 sites, all different security methods. We don't know the people around us, but as humans, we want to be helpful. It's about understanding, actually, you're letting somebody else into a secure area and you don't know who they are. So those are the areas that we're starting to highlight because it's something that our staff haven't been exposed to before, which means we are concentrating on that. What's pleasing from my perspective is we've been undertaking this journey for 2 years. Where we've come from to where we are now is very pleasing. We've had a whole lot of things we've had to achieve. The 2 key metrics at the top of that report, standard compliance framework, is their cybersecurity framework. It's been adopted by most of government New Zealand. It's provided through the Algam Society. We get to measure our maturity level against all the other councils that have adopted it. Currently, we're sitting at 47.4 at the end of Q4. That's constantly moving. What I want to be able to demonstrate every quarter I can talk to you is that number will get better and better as we go through the work plan. There's 281 controls. And that takes time, takes resource, investment, some things we won't be able to get into until we think about our long-term plan, and whether it gets adopted or not will depend on council decisions. The other metric, the Microsoft score, is really about how well we're doing in our Microsoft cloud space. So that's just purely looking at our security as measured by Microsoft using their tool sets. The audit complete is telling you there's 20 items that were on the Deloitte's audit, and there's 2 audits actually. There was a cybersecurity audit, and there's also a fraud and risk audit. On that audit, there was 1 high, 6 medium, and 2 low. I'll just talk to the high one at the moment because you heard talking about financial management information system. Again, that was highlighted through the IT audit, or cyber security audit, as a recommendation. So that's currently underway with the 30th of June. The other one that's sitting there currently in progress is our cybersecurity strategy. We do have a strategy. It was taken to the LT in January. Some small modifications to that before getting it approved by LT and bringing it to this committee for adoption. So inside that strategy, whilst it hasn't been adopted, all the work's been done, and we've already been working through and using that as our framework to deliver. So there's 2 key pieces in here that tie into our standard compliance framework, and that drives our priorities. So what are we trying to protect here at the end of the day? We've got a requirement from the Privacy Commission to make sure we protect PII data, private information data. How do we do that? We hold a lot of information as a council. How do we ensure we are classifying it correctly? How do we ensure we protect those classifications? So some of it's public, that's fine. That's we do some stuff inside our organisation that is private. And that's the sort of things that, if we were to experience a breach and an exfiltration of data, that's the value of that data. data. So making sure that that data, when it's stored, it's encrypted, making sure we've got appropriate security controls around that data. So that people who should access it can access it. And we've got some pretty good controls in there. And I need to talk about how much we've done over the last 2 years. The audit's been out for 2 years, 2020. We've worked through this constantly, trying to get to the end game. We've let ourselves down is fully documenting out what we actually do. So if you were to go to the audit action, the security audit work, the majority of the items in that work plan that come out of this audit are related to process, procedure, or policy. So just formalising the things we're doing today so that there's clear documentation for governance to feel comfortable that we've got the working operational side matches with what we're saying and what we're doing, so that if an audit comes in, they can say, show me your strategy, show me your recovery plans, what happens in this instant, where's your incident management plan for a ransomware or a data exfiltration, what's your responses look like. That's the big piece of work we're undertaking is next 6 months. So for the last 2 years, we've been concentrating on getting our fundamentals correct, our technologies, our people. And now this next piece is about putting the appropriate frameworks around it and moving forward with that. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thanks, Jock. I wonder if you're open to questions. I wonder if folk do have questions for Jock at this stage. Christine, looks like your hand is being raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just note that on paragraph 9, you talk about all elected members have now been assigned a Southland District Council email address, which provides the same increased email security that staff and councillors have. If elected members choose to use their personal address, what risk does that expose the council to in relation to documentation being sent out, or what that might be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that risk is real. We can't stop elected members taking emails from the SDC email account and forwarding it to their personal. We can see that traffic. It is it holds true for all staff as well. And I don't have an answer for how we stop that.
So is it policy that that's not to happen, and all elected members are to use their council email addresses, or is that a choice?
So this council has come to an agreement that all elected members should have SDC email accounts. That was adopted at the start of this new triennium. Those were then given to the appropriate parties. There probably is not a policy that has been signed by council or elected members around the use of that.
Thank you, that clarifies the position.
However, I do believe that councillors sign an appropriate use policy or a guideline or something around use of equipment and information that they're privy to as part of.
Yes, what equipment probably different to me.
Okay.
However, that's
So, thank you. That's possibly a gap we've got. Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, having worked in many councils, the general policy is do not use personal emails for staff or councillors. It exposes council to risk, and I think it should be made very clear that even if it's council business, on private emails, it's all discoverable. Should we be asked for information on anything? So I'm probably a bit stronger than Jock.
Yes, and there's difference between
providing advice.
Could and shall, and when I'm talking about elected members, I'm also talking about community board members who are also elected, and and what the risk is around that. And
that's right.
Yes,
I do think the risk is high.
Yes. So for staff inside our
Staff
employment
are the same.
staff handbooks, that's clearly stated out. unsure if we're what it is.
Thank you. We've got Julie and then Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment really on the elected members using private emails. That may be just an education thing that we need to put out to, particularly in the community board, who are still getting their heads around how that all works. So it's probably just an education thing, and if we highlight it that it poses at councillor risk, I'm sure that they'll all get on board with it. My question was really around on page 112, the industry comparison and your industry education. Is that the closest we fit in?
Unfortunately, that's okay. That might be a bit good for us and not so good for the education industry, but Microsoft has about 30 industries they use, and they don't list local government or central government. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Tom.
Pretty much through you, Mr. Chair, dovetails into Julie's comments around, the use of the fact we've got community boards and councillors and staff, Jane, you've made it very clear that it's not best practice to use personal emails and such, but you've also made it clear that you can track that, those movements. Would you consider, based on all of the work that you're doing in terms of mitigating against these risks, can you automatically send an email to those people saying, hey, look, you're actually in breach of what you're doing here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, whilst we could use technology to do that, there's also situations where you might be having a conversation with another council member that you realise it's not council business, it's taken offline and you want to use your own personal. At what stage does that technology become too invasive and people just stop using the systems that they should be using? And so this is the fine balance we run in organisations where you've got security is. How do you ensure you've got the right systems and processes in place that staff don't need to go around the outside? So shadow IT is a real big concern for most technology teams. And how do you ensure that A, you identify that it's happening, and B, what is the processes for addressing those? Is it just a tap on the shoulder and a quiet conversation? Is it a formal policy with some repercussions behind it? And if we go down that track, what do those repercussions look like? So in a roundabout way, I'm not really answering your question. Whilst technology could do it, I'm not sure it should.
And perhaps if I can pick up on the comment about tracking, what I was trying to emphasise is that everything's discoverable. So some people might think that if it's on a private system, it's private. It's not. If it's to do with council business and there's an Official Information Act request, it catches all texts, the lot. So I think.
So there's something to be said about being very prudent about what you say and how you say it, and proofreading, and before you press send or make that clear practice. Although using a telephone is quite good too.
Talking to each other is quite good.
Thanks for the question, Tom. Secretary, reminder, Rob.
Just probably in a low-level detail, but the 14-character password, do you not see that? I'll rephrase it. I see that as a bit of a risk in itself, and that people are going to write that down and put it on their desk because it's almost potentially too long a password for people to remember. Is that seen as a risk?
Through you, Mr. Chair. A 14-character password or a 5-character password, people still write them post-it notes because they don't remember. That's why we encourage people to use passphrases, things that make sense to you. I always use something motivational like training for a marathon, because every time I type that in, it reminds me what I'm doing.
I don't know your password.
Yeah. So as you'll see, so just we recognise what you're saying there. It is true. So we're investigating right now the use of facial and biometrics. So in Q1 this current quarter, my team is investigating how do we turn on facial recognition for devices that have got cameras, which is all our devices, so you don't have to worry about your 14-character password.
because I probably shouldn't share this, but to avoid the password, I've got a 4-digit PIN number on my, which is actually less secure than a 14. So yeah, I just there's ways around it. I think I just wonder whether that's potentially, but yeah.
Yeah, correct. So we are aware that you can do anything you want to get around service systems. What we're trying to do is make sure that we protect your environment as best we can. The hackers, the bad actors out there, most of them have got deep pockets. They've got well-funded. This is a billion-dollar industry we're fighting against. Our goal is to make sure that we are a target that they just don't care about. And if they do tend to come to us, that the information that we hold that's dear and private to ourselves is protected to the best level we can. And that should go the same for everybody in this room. If you've got photos on your devices, they should be backed up because they're dear to you. It's no different than that great part of data that we hold. That's the stuff that keeps me awake at night, is making sure that that critical people data, the stuff that can be used to create an impersonation attack, is protected. And the steps we put in here, that's the end goal. Protect our staff from being part of a phishing attack or effectively cyberbullying attack. Making our staff and elected members feel comfortable to come to the IT team when they've had an incident, and for us just to work through and remit it and to fix the problems. So there's a trust piece of this element that we want to work through as well. And that's, so whilst we're dealing with the audit actions and we're moving our security posture ahead, it all involves people. We've got the best systems, we can spend ungodly amounts of money. So it only takes one person who's having a really busy day, see a link.
Thanks, Doc. I wonder, any other questions for Doc? Yes, Margie.
Thank you. Thanks for your report, Doc, and I've got you on speed dial, as you know. You talk about the billion-dollar industry, and I see you've highlighted in there the security budget, that there's no dedicated security budget. And going forward, with what's happening around cyber in the world, is there in your information services operational budget, is it going to be enough to cover what you need?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what do I say? I'm never going to have enough. It's about ensuring that we set our risk appetite at a level that this council feels comfortable with and fund to that level. So if we want to be a council that says we just don't want any cyber risk at all, then that's going to have a huge impact on our rates to try and mitigate that. If we're a council that says, hey, we're happy to have a risk appetite of high, then that means that we're not going to invest as much in that area. What I'm hopefully indicating is that we, as part of coming up to the LTP and annual planning process, we put in what we think is necessary to meet a medium risk appetite. And that's through investing in technology, continue to invest in training, continue to look for opportunities to leverage new emerging technologies like AI or machine learning to help identify behaviour. So a lot of the tech companies now are going for behavioural monitoring. So you know that you go home every night and you log into your bank from your computer down the hallway. Now that bank knows that's what you do. Now if they get a request from Auckland or Australia at that same sort of time, they're going to question it. Similar things are happening in our environment now where we can apply that type of thinking to our technology, to our laptops, and it looks for that type of behaviour that's not normal for that user. And that's where we're going to progress to. So we're already looking at technologies now. We're looking at how we're going to be able to fund those within our operational budgets, or whether we're putting those into a future budget.
Thank you. Yeah.
So to go to Margie's question, at this stage, you're pitching, you are making an assumption, you are trying to match your current funding with a medium risk level. Yes. Okay. Great. We'll come back to that later. Any other questions for Jock? I'll just ask a question, please, Jock. Just I found it very helpful. I said to you I enjoyed the report. I did look at, and thank you for including it, the SAM, the Elgin assessment, and I'm looking at the last page of your report, which has got the 6 categories that do the assessment under. And look, our profile is not dissimilar to the rest of the sector, except we might be a step or two behind the average. What's going to, on the assumption that the average sector is the right place to be, what's going to move the dial for us in terms of being more secure? What are the 1 or 2 key things that should happen?
So the big piece of this puzzle is actually tied back to those 10 audit actions that we're going to.
Yes, which is the strategy. Yes, yep, gotcha.
A lot of that is around documenting out incident management plans, having a formalised cyber strategy, having disaster recovery processes, which we've now implemented, having those rolling forward. So a lot of it is actually around formalising what we currently do. So, for example, we know everybody's device in this organisation, we get that in a register. But what we haven't done is we haven't written that down into a nice document that an auditor can come pick up and say, show me your asset register. We've got this document that says, our asset register is stored in this bit of software. This is the information we've got. We know this is our secure configuration. We know this is the software that we've approved. This is the software that's been added to these devices that is unapproved and we need to work through. Those are the pieces that we're working on now, and that's an ongoing piece. Another big piece of the puzzle, and it's actually the last item on that audit. Work plan is the information management strategy or governance piece, which is really formalising and putting in place how we categorise, how we protect. So we do categorise, we do protect, we just don't tell you how we do it. And it's about formalisation of what we do. So inside that framework, a lot of the questions are around how you formalise it, and then underneath that, what are the technologies, for example, or what are the ways we're doing that? So awareness training, for example, or antivirus, or are we using machine learning capability, AI capability?
So if I translate that into what is called the security audit work plan, essentially that work plan is going to address, it's about the slight step behind we are with the average.
It's effectively, in fact, if we were to address everything that's on there today, it would put us ahead of the curve for councils.
Good. You've got dates there. They're achievable?
Yes. I believe that when I wrote this out in January, I really went through and thought about it. Behind that work plan, there are people assigned to that work plan, teams. Some of them are reasonably long duration, particularly around the acceptable use, because that's created an acceptable use policy. And this is probably talking back to Councillor Menzies' use of email and sending it outside. So whilst we have that encompassed in our staff manual, having an acceptable use policy with what we should and shouldn't do is really underpins that. And it's currently sitting with our strategy and policy team for review. It'll go to LT from there, and then it'll go to staff for consultation before being brought back to this committee for counter review. So we hope to have that sitting past LT by the end of March, back to this committee June.
Okay, that's good. Well, we'll monitor that. And again, look, I appreciate the report. It's taken me a long way down the track of understanding what's happening in areas that I thought was a little bit opaque before. So congratulations on that. We'll be very keen to keep our eye on how the progress goes against it. Mainly because it makes sense. The critical thing is, are you getting the support to get it done? And that's what we're keen to see. Can I move us then with what appears to be no more questions?
Sorry.
Brett, do you have one? No. If we could just move to the... Oh, sorry, Paul?
Thank you. Do we carry cyber insurance cover, or do we put our resources into prevention?
No, we do have cybersecurity insurance. It's a good point to bring up, though. Companies issuing cyber insurance today are fewer and fewer, and the premiums are going higher and higher. I think when insurance companies got into cyber insurance, they saw a gap in the market, they thought there's a low risk. What we're seeing now is actually the risk has gone through the roof and they're not making any money on it. So they're either making the barrier to get into cyber insurance higher, or putting the premiums at the level and start questioning the value.
Can I just check in, when do we have Jock back next with the cybersecurity report? We have that in our work plan?
No.
You know what I'm going to do then, Jock? I'm going to suggest that we add to this a D, which is we invite you back with a report in 6 months' time, please. And
Apologies.
Apologies.
On the work plan, it was, Teresa's incorporated it in there, so the next one will be in June.
Oh, June, no, past resolution, there we go, thank you, very good. So look, the resolution is that we receive Jock's report and that we're meeting our necessary requirements under the Act. Move on a second, please. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Tom. I'll put it all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against this carried. Jock, thank you, and Jane, thank you. I do appreciate that. That's been very enlightening. We've got lunch now. Okay. How long's your meeting for council? I was just trying to slide that one through. You're absolutely correct. I was just trying to think why, Stuart, whether you're going to take us through that latter one or not, and you realise now that she should be contract management. So, apologies. Back in your hands, you and Jane. Appreciate you being here.
Look, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of opening comments. We tried to keep this as succinct and to the point as we could. We simply went back to October 21, looked at all the risks that were identified and tabulated them, put them in the table, which Stuart did all the work on, tried to give you an assessment of where we're up to and how much we've still to go. You can see there has been substantial progress, as you would expect, given that over a year's gone past. The next 6 months, there's a lot of work to be done in that, and we've tried not to be over-ambitious. I think it's realistic because there's a lot of upfront, behind the scenes being done. You see mention of the buyer's guide. The challenge will be implementing it throughout the organisation, but it's through Stuart been doing some trial runs and so forth, and also post-June we won't just say, well, all that's done. You will see that there's a bit of an audit programme so that we hopefully make good progress but keep monitoring ourselves. So the risk profile has reduced, but it's still there, but we're on track with everything. You know, so we've got a plan for everything.
It's a good summary. Any questions or queries?
Oh, thanks, Stuart. You got no comments to make at this stage? Okay. Can we have questions from folk? Yes, Paul.
Just talking about the monitoring of contracts, does that include the maintenance contracts?
Correct, it does.
Yeah, so we'll be dealing here with both operational and capital spend as well, both ways, I take it, Stuart, which makes sense. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Julie.
No, it's right. Just in thinking about the contract management, and we did have a few missing pieces in the local contracts over going into spring and over, mowing contracts and that in spring, Christmas time, and it's just how we ensure that the oversight that we have, that we're getting feedback from or do we have a process in here that makes sure that our contractors understand that they should be letting us know and who they should be letting know when they fail to meet something or they've missed something, and how that is communicated out to elected members, because it's the elected members that get it in the neck when things don't happen. And so it's that I see that we're going down a process here, but it's about that communication
that it goes out far enough to make sure that talk and chat out in the village or the township is actually you've got something to say, like when you're asked about the question, especially if council already know. So just wondering how you see in this.
Good question, and just disseminate that into two things. One is the contractual process that's this contains and controls, the Boys Guide contains and controls, which are standard contractual processes, and they do address that. The second part is how that's communicated to you, and that comes through the asset manager back to governance. It's not specifically a contractual mechanism in there to do that.
No.
That's contained within the lives inside the contract. The emphasis is on the asset manager to report that back to you.
It's slow. I'm not sure whether that just doesn't happen because it's something that needs to be considered, I believe, because it could stop a lot of requests for service and things like that if people know when it's actually supposed to now happen.
We could take that on board.
Yep.
That would be great. Thank you.
Stuart, I was just wondering, the good old MIS system is going to be Nirvana, and we get it on board. And I was just looking at the manual spreadsheets for contact monitoring, and we'll come back to anything the new FMIS system will help. It's not perhaps directly a question to you, Stuart, it might be more one to add on the board management team, but we are coming back to the criticality of that system to support. There's project management, we've now got contract management, it's not unnatural that that be the case. We're all tickety-boo here, are we? That's a very non-technical question. Yeah?
Mr. Chair, at present we're contracted to put in the FMIS system, which is the general ledger system, and the fixed asset register. Looking at the project management system, and the contract management system is yet not created because it's a developing system. But I presume it'll be one of the first things they'd look at, but right now it's not a built system.
Right. With the intention that there is long-term that link. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. Deloitte's recommend that. The question is, are we going to pursue that? And if not, why not?
At the point that they start to, so we constantly are asking them about what they're doing in regards to their work program going forward.
They've been Stuart.
They've been Datacom.
Oh, Datacom. Okay,
Yeah.
right.
And asking them where they've been at with their contract and their project management, because they are just two modules that they haven't built yet. So as soon as they are being built, you see, so that's contract management isn't a built system yet. It's a developing system.
By our supplier.
Correct.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, you're quite right, and I've asked this question before. That's right, it must have been when we first got this report. Okay, well, that's a different conversation then about the implementation of FMIS and its completeness for our needs, and the work with our supplier Datacom. So that's a little bit different. So yes, appreciate Stuart White. I'm looking more Anne's way than yours. Okay, thank you. Have you got other questions for Stuart or Jane? Look at that post-lunch fervour to get through the agenda. Radio. That's really useful. I'm sorry that it feels like you've been somewhat quick, and I know you've actually had to wait around a few bit this morning.
That's right.
I really appreciate you doing that. It is good that we keep these pages going. So I can sort of say it's the same thing here. Where does the follow-up on this exist in our?
We do this every quarterly.
Good. I just want to know that it's there. That's good.
Quarter.
So we don't need to pass anything on that. So it's simply that we receive Stuart's good and thank you, Jane, too. I'll move that. Do we have a second? Thank you, John. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Thank you, you guys. Appreciate it. Radio. Now, having tried to move my agenda along by scurrilous means, we will put good attention to what really counts. Sorry to give you a post-lunch shock there, thinking that you might be speaking straight up. So, we're in your hands.
Thank you. I'm always ready to talk about building. I wanted to start by introducing Ellie Dixon. Ellie is our current acting team leader for our compliance team. The last time I was talking to you all, I was talking about our Building Control Authority. So that we're all on the same page, I just wanted to do a bit of an introduction before I get to the content of the report. So under the Building Act 2004, Council is responsible for a number of different functions. Those are specified as being the responsibility of either the Territorial Authority, which is Council, or the Building Consent Authority, which is an accredited body within Council or can stand alone. This particular report is about the Territorial Authority within Council, and this is the result of an an audit performed by the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. So whereas they outsource that to IANZ for the BCA, they do it themselves for the TA. So going to the report, I'll take it as read, but you have a lot to remember, so I'll cover the key points just to refresh your minds. So this audit related to our compliance schedule process, our building warrant of fitness process, and our pool barrier safety audits. And so building warrant of fitness and compliance schedules refer to the safety systems within buildings, such as your fire alarms, your automatic doors that open, and things that help you escape a building in the event of a fire is a good example. In 2019, we had our last audit, and the results were not favourable to our council. We did not have a compliance team. We did perform the functions as needed, which was reactive to our community advising us that there was an issue potentially, not in a proactive sense as the Building Act requires. And Council made a decision in 2020 that that was not okay, that we would resource ourselves with a compliance team and ensure that we are compliant with all facets of legislation. And I thank you very much for making that decision. As far as this audit findings concerned, there are quite a few findings. The essence of them relate to refining our procedures. So within the last 2 years, we have established a building compliance team. We have created and written every single procedure that they need to follow. We have enacted the key components of those. And that was based on a risk evaluation. So yes, compliance schedules and building warrant of fitnesses are a key risk to the community, so we need to get onto those. Swimming pool safety audits, again, key risk to the community, so we need to get onto those. This report says, excellent, we can see you've now got procedures, but you've got a bit of work to do to refine them in order to get absolute compliance, and we acknowledge that and we agree. It also says you started a bit later than we would have liked to, so for the 3-year cycle you didn't quite get enough work done compared to what we would have liked to see, and we agree. We are putting in place the clearance plan that you've got before you. The target is April, when we do need to report back to the ministry regarding volumes of work. We do have our current team leader away on extended leave at the moment. So I'll put my hand up and say we are a little bit behind on the moment at implementing the recommendations, but we are on track for addressing the non-conformance that was found. Right, overview provided. Are there any questions?
Thank you, that's really helpful. I just would like to check with the distinction that we made between the review of us as a TA versus the BCA. Don't get that? Voting heads? Great. Oh, that's good. So do we have any questions then as a result? Yes, Julie.
Probably a couple of answers. When has the information been up on the website been upgraded or improved?
Through the chair, there is a website project happening at the moment across council. The Territorial Authority related content has been provided and it's ready to be released. I believe the release date is March. So the existing website content that you would see today has not been. We've put all our effort into that launch of a new website, but the content has been reviewed, revised, approved, and is ready to go.
So that's the Territorial Authority. Is that different from the building authority would say, or is it the same information for the public? that if you have this type of a pool, you need this, you need to understand this is a requirement.
Correct. So the information, yes, for swimming pools or for any topic that the TA is accountable for is commented on by the TA. The BCA has undergone the same review of content, refresh of content, and it's ready to release in March as well. So we've taken a lot of feedback from reviews across the country where it's been found that council websites often are quite technical in nature and not as easy to relate to by the community. So there's been a lot of wordsmithing done to make the content of our council websites more digestible to our members of the community, and that's for both the TA and the BCA. But as far as specific content, the TA and the BCA should never contradict each other. They work together and support each other.
So the spread of these pools will no doubt be across a wide district. Do we have are we being as efficient as possible in getting the most inspections done in a time by grouping them into localities, or are they dictated to by the dates that are predetermined that by time and place sort of thing?
The fact that we were behind on performing this function at all gave us the benefit of grouping these in very efficient ways in the first instance. Where a pool didn't pass in the first instance, we have had to work with the owners to continue to require them to demonstrate compliance. And we've gone as efficiently as possible with that method. So if they could provide photo evidence that they'd rectified a particular issue, for example, on a hot tub, stickers need to be applied. They may provide a photo that shows that the stickers are now there. We wouldn't need to go back out and do another inspection. However, it is in our community's best interest to have these pools compliant as soon as they can be. And so we do tend to combine all the compliance team, the pool inspections with others. So if they were going out to a tapri to do a compliance inspection on building run of fitness, and there was a pool owner that said, I'm now ready to show that I'm compliant, they'd stop in there on the way.
Yeah, that was probably my question, is there don't have to be a specific pool guy to go and check the pools. That can be a building inspector can call and do that. Is that my understanding? Or?
As long as they're trained on the pool compliance components, yes. I find that my building inspectors are in short supply, so I tend to fill their day up with the building inspections and allow the compliance team to perform the pool. But we do have other compliance teams around council, and they assist us as well. So the environmental health officers and animal control officers, for example, are trained on doing pool inspections, and they, when they've got capacity in their days, asking for property addresses that they can go and assist the team with. So yes, across council we work together and we operate as efficiently as we can.
Thanks. Julie, on page 163 on that graph there, I see Southland District has like 1,289 notices to fix, and other councils have got none. Does that mean that we would do it? What does that tell us?
This is the report which was the MB overview findings of the audit. We went through a process in our history of issuing notices to fix in the first instance. Other councils decided to issue inspection outcome notices and other forms of notices in their first instance. And so there was a difference in the way that we operated. We have since adjusted, so our volume of notices to fix wouldn't be as high in this next period as it was in the previous. It's basically how different councils follow procedures.
So we weren't necessarily having more problems in other places, it was just the way that we got treated for that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any other questions? Yes, Matt.
It's just, thanks, Bruce. It's just one for clarity. The last time we were more talking about the BCA, when we have the shortage in resources. Is the compliance team on these more TA issues, are they potentially able to be used as resources in the BCA to fill some of that shortfall? Is it the same skill sets? Is it the same team working across both of those compliance, building control officers and pool compliance? And is there that same kind of Reg 18 level of qualification that they have to be at that level?
So through you, Chair, there is no Regulation 18 requirement or, I suppose, defined training program for a compliance officer as compared to a building control officer. And so the share factor tends to work the other way, that the BCA can assist the TA. The TA does assist the BCA. For example, a final inspection that contains specified systems, our TA are our experts on compliance schedules. So they go along, they inspect the systems, they assist the BCA with pulling that compliance schedule together. And so where possible, they definitely do alleviate that pressure. When we first resourced the compliance team, we understood the volume of work ahead of us and we resourced accordingly. What I've learned since then is that the more compliance activities you complete, the more work there is to do, and you'll never run out of work. So the capacity for one team to help the other, again, comes down to a risk matrix and evaluation of where the resources need to be. But definitely in an ongoing capacity, our compliance team are our compliance schedule experts, and they do assist the BCA in delivering those in the right manner.
So I'm just trying to get a bearing on what you've, and perhaps I missed this point from the report, bearing on how they see us. You said we haven't quite got as far down the track as they thought we should have, given the original report. Yet you did one corrective action and several recommendations. We're not too far off the pace. Now that's me characterising it. Is that the case? Are they going to put us on a tighter lead, or are they happy with us?
They've loosened the leash
Well,
after 2019 quarterly reporting.
Yeah.
So the expectation is that for a high-risk compliance schedule or building warrant of fitness, we go and inspect that building every 3 years on a cycle.
Yep.
For a lower risk item, it would be every 5 years. Best practice is that we just do them all on every 3 years. And so this audit has said that we would like to see you at a 33% year-on-year compliance, and we have not even targeted that. Our long-term plan said we will target 20%. And so we're within the barriers of permissible when you dig down into the detail of high risk, low risk, etc. But we're not meeting the original target for the simple fact that we are looking at a 3-year cycle in this audit, and I didn't have a compliance team for that whole 3 years. So even the target that we're delivering now, which is permissible, and in April we will be going back to share with them, when they looked across the 3 years, it wasn't enough numbers of work in order for them to give us a tick, even an amber one. So my understanding of how this is going to go in April is that we are within the boundaries of permissible and there shouldn't be any further reporting needed after April. We simply needed time to show the right cycle of numbers to them.
Okay, thank you. Fuck, anything else? No? Yeah, Derek.
Quick question. When you're doing the building inspections, do you tend to do them by area? Like, if, say there was, would you go to Tiano and knock a heap out in a day, sort of thing? You know, have you got them sort of lined up like that rather than going here, there, and everywhere?
Absolutely. Ellie can probably talk to that better than I, but I have investigated some of these and looked into the procedure that the team has. They've mapped them all out on a Google Maps style map, and they've zoned them into different areas so that as best as possible they can get around those areas. where it can fall over is we try and work with the community. So if someone says, actually, I'm not going to be there that day, I'd rather do it in 3 weeks' time when I'm back from leave, we will try and swing by and do that inspection at a time that works for them. But we've got quite a vast district, and so we do tend to go to a variety of areas within a given month, and it's usually fairly easy to fit them in within an efficient pathway. Did you want to add anything to it?
Yeah, I think we covered. Yeah, we just do inspections in an area like in Tiana. We were out there a couple of weeks ago and did quite a number of building water fitness inspections and pools in over a couple of days.
Yes, Tom, through you, Mr. Chair. Based on what's happening in the North Island at the moment with the level of destruction and so on and so forth, do you see any risks associated with, you know, a need for maybe more staff having to move up there and go through the CNA process? And do you have an opinion on whether or not that might affect us down here, or, you know, if more resources are needed elsewhere under an emergency situation, do you see any risks associated with that for us in terms of, you know, can we replace those staff or anything like that? I kind of touched on this last time. It was like about you spoke about technical and non-technical resources and the lack thereof, and how do we fix that issue, or how do we mitigate against, you know, losing good people? And once again, I'm thinking about what's happening in the country at the moment. Sort of saying, well, we need to shift resources potentially, and that's not unusual. But is that something that needs to be thought about?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's an excellent question. So the technical officers that we have had an opportunity some years ago to do training through the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment as a rapid assessor. Those who were able to do that training at the time were put onto a national register, and they can be called upon at any time when there's a national event or even a local event to go and complete rapid assessment inspections within any area. So as far as the immediate future is concerned, we do have 4 of my team on standby right now, waiting to be told if they are needed or not. That will have an impact on the BAU and the ability to maintain our compliance. That, however, in the bigger picture of local government is, again, the risk-based approach and making sure we deliver to our communities the essentials. So someone who's displaced from home is going to have a priority over someone who would like to build a house one day. As far as the long-term picture of how that looks, we learned and observed through the Christchurch earthquakes that the rebuilding after an event like that's quite a significant event does attract a lot of the building components to it. However, the balance that we've now got through electronic processing means that the significant component of that work can be done from anywhere across the nation. And so there's still a good argument for you can work where you prefer to live, although it will naturally attract people that would like to really roll up their sleeves and get their hands into rebuilding the parts that are hit the worst. I don't think long term it changes the risk profile for us as far as staff retention is concerned. I think the current environment of a national shortage of skill set that we need is currently being addressed by all local authorities by training their own and trying to get more and more of that skill set into the populace. And over time, I do still believe that it will work because it needs to.
It has to, yeah.
It's
just that time frame, isn't it?
Yes,
Understanding that time frame based on the need. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Oh, yes, Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Julie. Recently, the government alleviated some pressure on the councils by saying that up to 30 square metres, no plumbing and services didn't require resource consent. Is that correct?
Building consent?
Building consent. Is there something along those lines that the that we could do, the council could do, that would help take pressure off the building department? Is there an area of the market that perhaps doesn't need such strict oversight and could be circumvented?
Through you, Chair, there are a number of opportunities for us to refine and create efficiencies in the process that currently exists. We as a council did complete a submission to the Building Consent Review that MB undertook at the end of last year to say what we thought those changes could and should be. We don't have the power and authority to make those changes, so that would have to go and come from central government. But it is good news that they are doing a review, they are consulting, and they are looking at what can they change.
There's quite a bit of that market in Turkey, I think.
Don, any other thoughts, questions of your team?
Bad building.
Oh, we can move to the recommendation then, please. That's it's been a very enlightening report actually, and appreciate the approach. So we've been asked to receive the report, obviously meet our requirements of that, and also to note the report and the associated clearance action plan information. Seems like a reasonable set of recommendations. I'll move in a second, please. Thank you, Christine. Do I have a second? Thank you, Tom. Any discussion on the motion? I'll put it all those in favour, please say aye. Those against, thank you, you too. That's great. Appreciate that. Very authoritative and incisive. Appreciate that. Righty, if we can move to the interim performance report, 4 months worth. I think if I've got that right, Shannon. Just to get your views, please.
So this report presents the first interim performance report for the financial year. So the financial year, so this report period is period 1, which is the 1st of July to the 31st of October. And the targets here have been agreed from the 2021-2031 long-term plan. There's 58 KPIs, and of these KPI results at the end of the year are put into our annual report. So for this reporting period, the results show that 41 of the targets were achieved, 9 were not achieved, and 14 were not measured. And we've listed in the report some of the reasons for those 9 KPIs that were not achieved. The only other thing I'd like to bring to your attention is that we had previously presented this report as a CAM strategy report, but we then moved to an in-house tool the last time round and presented this report to the committee. And we also made some further improvements for this one, which included stating each level of service under each of the 7 activity groups for each of the KPIs. So I hope that's of assistance to readers. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and there's a number of activity managers and group managers here who may also be able to answer any questions you have.
I appreciate the change back. I thought that was pretty good, along with the statement about where the concerns are. So that's really superb. The fact we've had quite a long chat about our cost or our budgeting sides from the annual plan. We've talked a lot about levels of service. So here we are looking at the nature of what we have said to our community will be our level of service and how we're going against it. So I'm prepared to say that we should be open to quite a discussion here without being too long. Sarah, I think you're opening the questioning. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, just refer to the comment on the Tiana Library and the space for staff to work. Is there anything specific that's been done to mitigate that, or is this still waiting for an overall review that comes in with the whole sort of spatial planning plus feasibility study that had been previously proposed but was now put on hold.
Hi there. Sorry, Rod.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. At the moment, that's on hold. We're looking at the office space that we have there and the library space that we have there, how we'll serve the community both in the office and the library function. So that's being looked at, and I hope to discuss that with the community board fairly shortly as well.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I can't see which staff members are there, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
All right, could you just identify your name?
Oh, sorry, Rod McIntyre, Councillor.
That's all right. I know. I can recognise your voice. I just can't see who's coming to the table.
All right, sorry, Sarah. I thought you didn't actually realise there was Rod that was speaking. My mistake. That's good.
Good.
Thank you for that, Sarah. Any other questions for the team that are here? Shannon, can I just ask a sort of an overview question? You got the chance to pull this together. We're 4 months in. It's a wee bit hard to get. Let's get excited. That sounds terrible. To get either too worried or concerned, or equally not necessarily want to avoid any of the red flags. So, how corporately are management feeling about the performance to date based on this sort of information?
So through the chair, we didn't identify any immediate concerns, and as you have said, generally in the report period too, you can sort of identify any trends or red flags of something that's wheels are falling off, as it were. We also look at those that are not measured because we know we're not going to get those results until the end of the year. So try and keep an eye on those ones as well, so that we know whether that's going to end up with an achieved result or not achieved.
Good. So there's nothing, outside of the exceptions here, there's nothing particularly that you'd want to pull out for us?
No, I think the other thing that I did for this report was I put a revised table in with a sort of a suggestion for like resolving, monitoring and improving some of the ones that were not achieved. So we work closely with the activity managers to ensure those continue to be monitored for the next report.
Brilliant. Thank you, Shannon, for that. Any other questions for the team? Yes, Rob.
Thanks, Bruce.
And then Christine, I think you've got your hand up as well. So Rob, then Christine.
Just an observation with 8.1 on page 177 that there's a correlation there between that and the actual increase in rates for the annual plan. So perhaps we do need to apply a bit of work into the education side of that, because that does seem to link through to
it does, doesn't it?
pertinent subject.
Good point. Thank you. Christine?
Chair, just note that if we've reduced our KPIs from previously, I think they were quite a higher number, how confident are you that we've got the right measurements in place to tell us what is happening in terms of performance?
So I think previously we had something like 158, but we did have sort of internal KPIs as well as external, and then we reviewed them as part of the last long-term plan. And there's quite a process involved in that with working through the levels of service and the performance measures with the activity managers, and doing an assessment that there's a number of meetings and workshops to determine whether they've got the right measures in place, and then that's then discussed further with the leadership team and various other groups. So would also probably note that for the next LTP you will have a reduction with a number of the mandatory DIA measures going for the 3 waters activity groups, because if they're no longer there on the 1st of July 2024. So we certainly, as part of our long-term planning process, review the KPIs, and a number of these ones have been new measures, so we monitor those and look at how well they've performed in that time period, for that 3-year period. and see if there's any adjustments to be made for that.
Just knowing if there are gaps because of that reduction, because this is a way of telling us where there may be areas we need to pay more attention to. We don't want to have gaps sitting in there. So, yeah, just looking for a comment around that. Thank you.
Possibly, and maybe Hartley could answer this for me, and I'm interested, Shannon, in what you're saying. You keep an eye on the stuff which can't be measured at the moment. I appreciate, and Hartley, I'm looking at the roughness rides, etc., and how sensitive our actual action is on the ground to this measure. I mean, while it's a useful accountability tool overall for the year, how much would the result on this affect your actual roading maintenance program at any one stage? So, I mean, like for instance, I see the condition for the sealed network. No, actually, must have been, I was looking at the graph for various reasons. Is coming in the next reporting period. I mean, if, you know, how sensitive can your program be to that? And how reliant is it on this, as in contrast, whether else you might be, you know, having on your desk to assess that?
So for the smooth travel exposure, it's more a long-term measure for us, partly because of the size of our network, and so it's really so at a high level, I wouldn't expect it to change much. I expect it to go down slightly, still meet the target, but in terms of, if I look back over the last sort of 6 cycles, there's slowly been a little bit of a downward trend. But overall, it wouldn't, from a day-to-day point of view, it wouldn't have an impact. It's looking at that trend and therefore what's required from a longer-term point of view around investment for renewals, long-term renewals programs, etc. What it does help from a day-to-day point of view, highlight if we delve into the detail, is there are very specific short sections of roads that might be potholes or that sort of stuff that might create a roughness index, but that's a very small portion from an overall network point of view. So I wouldn't, pretty confident we'll meet the measure.
So I think what I'm hearing is that actually, you know, from a day-to-day BAU management perspective, the measure is important historically, and then perhaps to give a rise to perhaps a step change in the level of overall annual investment. It's not actually a day-to-day tool.
Correct. Okay, that one is. I suppose on that, the more what's day-to-day is the resurfacing percentage, and as sort of noted in there, we didn't meet the target last year. We've already indicated in the report unlikely to meet it again. That's just from a budgetary point of view to remain within budget, so not exceeding the budget, but our target obviously then becomes difficult to achieve because of cost increases. And what we've seen is bitumen obviously has been quite volatile in fuel, but at the same time, I suppose the New Zealand dollar against the likes of the US dollar has also gone up and down quite a bit over the last year, from 70 cents to the dollar down to sort of just above 60. So I think it's around 63 at the moment. So that all has an impact. Fuel might go down, but if the dollar goes down, bitumen doesn't go down generally.
Go and explain my treasury management policy.
Which makes it, makes it quite tricky.
No, I understand that. And look, that's really good. Again, thank you for that. Good encapsulation of even some of the debate we're having this morning about how the heck do we budget for next year, and the importance of, I'm trying to prove my point here to the rest of us as governors, is actually that level of service equation is really important relative to dollars and the inflation we have. So that's good. Thank you for that. Yes, Matt.
Thanks, Bruce. Just wanted to comment on in the table 9.2, just highlighting that there's the resources constraints within the Building Control Authority, and within the improvements, I just wanted to note that potentially, while we're going through this experience of having a shortage of resources, we're currently also only advertising the roles available from within Invercargill City right now, and potentially qualified building control officers or such who may be looking for an opportunity to move to Te Anau or Winton or other areas of Southland currently wouldn't be exposed to those advertised roles. as displayed on Seek, or so there may be room for improvement in how we're casting that net. I have put that in an email response last week, but it may have been lost in the email thread that it was actually on, but just wanted to point that out, that currently the recruitment around that is very much focused around Invercargill Central, and it could be worth discussion of whether we open that out more to the district.
Any comment from that, or we'll just take it as good advice and observation, for which it sounds like Matt, you already fed that into the organisation through your email.
Yeah, just wasn't sure if it had any response or not.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Right, that's great. Thank you for that. Thank you, Hartley. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate your presence. Let's just go to the, bearing in mind we're looking at the first 4 months, but still it's generated a good discussion, so I do appreciate that. We can then move to the, I've got to find my resolution. What pages? Oh, there we are up there.
Exciting.
Which is essentially that we receive the report. Go to the mover in a second, please. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Christine. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? It's carried. Thank you, Shannon. As always, appreciate your hard work with the actually group managers, and I've heard us for the group managers here. Thank you as well, because you're here because you might get a question. Some of you haven't, but I do appreciate your presence and the input that we've actually had. Now, Pete, that's got me to the end of the session. Can I just make one quick comment, which is we've done everything in public, and I just want to compliment Council. In my short career, particularly from a governance side, there's always been this debate, what should be in public, what shouldn't be, and I just want to compliment Council as a whole, Rob, that we have been able to do this all in public. And I think that's good from an accountability and a community relationship perspective, which is fine. Doesn't mean to say we shouldn't be in committee when it's warranted, but I'm glad that we have taken that broader approach here today, which is final comment. Don, if I got a bit of hot under the collar, I apologise.
Oh,
right. With that, I'm going to declare the meeting closed, and I think I'm going to go down to the back of the room, because there is a desire, if we've got reasonable time, to have a look at our risk management framework, which I'd be very keen to do, because it is a very important thing to have. So I'll be in your hands, Rob. Oh, yes. Sorry, Rob, we'll get out of here quickly. See us. Completely irrelevant.
See you.
Thank you. I think this one
Charged?
Yeah, it will stop receiving it. She said to send it, she showed it.
To go, you have to go out. Just regularly sometimes.
Yes, I don't get that. Stop receiving emails.
Two roses proof.
Thank you for that. So I won't comment.
Margie, you want to tell me something?
We've got an apology from Councillor Fraser. Would someone like to move that apology accepted? Thanks, Julie. All in favour? Anyone against? Carried. Do we have any leave of absence at all? Councillor Wilson?
I'm going to be out of region till the 2nd of March. There is a schedule.
Cool, I'll move that to the chair. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Whitmore. All in favour? Anyone against? It's carried. I'll assume there's no conflict of interest for today, but I'll just double check. No one was writing the Teacher for Local Government review. Now, we do have a late item for the meeting today, which is the Water Services Legislation Bill submission. This is yet again an example of being under immense pressure of our staff to get these submissions done in time for the government. So that is the reason why it is late and delayed, but we now have it in front of us in the agenda. So I'll move that Council considers this late item for the Water Services Legislation Bill. Thank you, Councillor Ravenclaw. All in favour? Anyone against? Carried. Okay, confirmation of the minutes on page 12 of the agenda. Do we have someone that wants to move that they're ensuring correct record of that meeting? Councillor Spragan, seconder. Councillor Keast? Fraser. All in favour? Anyone against? Carried. We don't have any public participation. Okay, so that moves us into 7.1. So this is a review into the future of local government submission. And I'll invite Chris to... So we had a good discussion about this last week, and yes, just continuing that to finalise the submission. I believe Chris has a bit of a plan on how we're going to work through today.
Thank you and good afternoon, Your Worship and Councillors. The purpose of this report today is to present Council's draft submission on the review of the future for local government's draft report He Mata Pariki, He Mata Whanui, to seek approval for the submission to be lodged on behalf of Council. The draft report highlights the need for significant and systemic change in the way local and central government is structured and works together. However, this report is at the early stages of any reform process, and there will be opportunity for Council to contribute to any reform which is adopted from the panel's final report. The draft report was discussed at a workshop with Council on 25 January, where councillors provided their views on parts which they preferred for Council submission to focus on. The two chapters of the report which Council's draft submission focuses on are a stronger relationship between central and local government, and building an equitable and sustainable funding and financial system. Councillors also provided comments on the wider report, which have fed into some of the other recommendations and questions in other chapters. Council's draft submission can be found as attachment A on page 20 of the agenda. Today, staff are proposing, firstly, that Council either approves the draft submission or provides any further changes you require to the draft submission. Secondly, that if changes are required, Council delegates authority to the Chief Executive to incorporate those amendments. And finally, Council delegates authority for the Chief Executive to approve the final submission to be lodged. Staff note that further feedback has been provided from councillors in relation to Council's draft submission since this report was prepared. This feedback relates to changes to some comments within the draft submission and a suggestion to provide sentiment for each of the recommendations. Staff therefore propose as part of today's discussion that councillors may wish to consider any changes to the draft submission in the following order. Firstly, any specific changes to comments which were raised earlier by councillors. Secondly, whether there are any further changes to add, remove or amend comments in the submission. Thirdly, responses to any sentiment questions for specific recommendations which councillors wish to consider today. And finally, whether councillors would like to cover the remaining unanswered sentiment questions by poll following the meeting to feed into our final submission. Staff would finally like to note that if a decision cannot be reached today, a submission by Council on the draft report may be unlikely to proceed. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and I will leave this with His Worship to lead your discussion and take you through the recommendations.
Thank you, Chris. I think just a key point to note there is this is actually for a draft report to go to the government independent panel. So this isn't the final step in the process by any means. So it's an iterative process that, like everything else, is under tight timeframes and difficult to get the amount of public engagement that we'd probably like to get as a council. And I'll sort of acknowledge some of the sentiment out there in the public as well around the lack of time to actually achieve a full, complete public engagement. Are there any questions of Chris before we start on that process? Does everyone agree that that's a good process to follow, Councillor Wilson?
Just a question on that. Potentially addressing some of the other recommendations by poll, is that looking at the agree, disagree spectrum for each answers?
Through your worship, yes, that's my proposal. So I broke it into two parts. If there's anything you specifically wanted to cover today, and then secondly, if you wanted to cover the wider recommendations in the same manner.
Multi-choice.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Thank you.
I guess the only risk of that option is the transparency of that. People won't see the discussion that goes on before the reform goes through. So that's where I get a little bit uncomfortable with that sort of process. But Councillor Byers?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if there's a possibility there's some gaps here, because we've only addressed sort of two main ones. There might be the ability just to put in a little bit of feedback on these empty blocks.
So I think if we follow the process that Chris has suggested, I think, and going through confirming the ones that have been put in there from the previous discussion, and then we can move on. And if there's any gaps that we do want to fulfil as a council, we can do those. So I guess if we move into the ones, do we want to move through them one by one, or is everyone happy with what's there, and has anyone got a particular item they want to discuss?
Oh, it's not a biggie, but just that I did notice under that number 25 that it said that there wasn't much government-owned land in rural areas, and I just think that perhaps there's more than we realise in our small towns, especially.
Yeah, and I think that has been amended, has it?
Yeah, through your worship, yes. I have noted that comment, and my suggestion in relation to the comments in that section is we temper that statement to essentially remove that part of it.
Well, let's move through them in the order that they're there. So we'll go through recommendation 1. So that local government adopts greater use of deliberative and participatory democracy in local decision making. So is everyone happy with the comments that we've got in there? And silence is 60 cents.
Yep.
Recommendation 2, that local government supported by central government review the legislative provisions relating to engagement, consultation and decision making to ensure they provide a comprehensive, meaningful and flexible platform for revitalising community participation and engagement. Everyone happy with that one? Recommendation 3, central government leads a comprehensive review of requirements for engaging with Maori across local government related legislation, considering opportunities to streamline or align those requirements.
To me, this is almost like one size is not going to fit all, and that we need to sort of reiterate that it would, that it needs to be guidelines. Needs a comprehensive review of requirements. Yeah, I'm just not sure that that's going to give us the best result. That was what it was what actually happened. I don't know whether anybody else feels like that.
Yes, thank you. I felt a bit uncomfortable about it as well. You've written this up really well, but I'm just thinking about, yes, in Southland District we have current relationships that are established, and we're commenting back on this without talking with iwi as well, as though we now need to go and be required through legislation to undertake that process. So I'm just wondering about how we ameliorate those comments, because at the wider level across New Zealand that may be a need.
Yeah.
I guess it's an opportunity to also talk about the positive as well as everything being negative, because it felt like that as went through, we got the comments in. I'm not sure that helps in terms of the response, but that was just my feeling that it reflects that comment, I guess, at Lumsden also about there are things we can get on doing without the legislation. And what does that look like? Probably comes back to your guidelines statement as well.
Oh, well, I managed to read half the panel report, and I believe that it did give a whole range of options for engaging with Maori. It certainly wasn't a one-size-fits-all question.
So if we change that answer to say something along the lines of that we should carry on our existing relationships and build on those rather than being told what to do, to have the freedom to kind of be the master of our own destiny in that respect, is that kind of the...
Yeah.
Should it reflect what's already in the comments that are already in the report?
Yeah, but in saying that, under that scenario, Your Worship, there's quite a bit of scope to actually overlook stuff as well that the panel have sort of identified. Well, I think they've given it a pretty good coverage.
So I'm just going to preface this by saying it's your submission and not mine. But the question I would raise is should that be central government led, or is the comment that basically applies to how council could, work locally and find a good balance? So is it worth? I'm just raising the question: should it actually be central government led, and would you like to comment on that in that answer?
Very good observation, yeah. Do we change it to that local government leads a comprehensive review of the requirements so that we're actually doing it from the ground up rather than...
Well, it's only a few months ago we saw council in North Island not wanting to pay for the Maori representative's iPad, so I think some councils have got room for improvement. So we've got to think of it in a New Zealand context.
So where does this leave us with what we put? Are we comfortable with what's been put in there, or do we want to make an amendment to it?
I'd be more comfortable with the second one, that we continue with what we are, that it's a localised thing.
And possibly, through you, Worship, possibly it is that there is where council, local government is struggling to engage, that there is an assistance offered to guidelines, but there's some very good suggestions in the actual report of what could be done, and so
we could add some information on there as to our existing successful structure that we've got to say that this could be an approach for local government. However, but notwithstanding the fact that we already have this in place, and sort of do it that way. Is that a potential line to take? So covering both, basically. You got enough of a guide there, Chris?
Do you want to repeat that maybe exactly how you wish me to frame that one?
Something along the lines of, I'll just let Councillor Greenie talk first before we actually finalise that. Did you have something to say, Sarah?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It was I'm very aware that of this sort of top-down, at times a very much top-down process, and I just wonder if we should also acknowledge, rather than central government leading the comprehensive review, that I'm just trying to find the right words. We actually stand in the shoes of the people that we're actually looking at engaging in, and looking at what do mana whenua want? What do, at the end of the day, what do mana whenua want in terms of engagement? Rather than this continued approach to have entities do stuff to us, do stuff to mana whenua, do stuff from a central point. Rather than it rather than embracing this desire to work, as the comments are saying here, work flexibly, but work on the basis of from the basis of inclusion, rather than this top-down weighting that seems to be inherent in this sentence here.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And that sort of follows on from what Councillor East was saying as well. So that's in the theme. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks.
So we've got two recommendations, 16.
Approach. Yeah. Number 6.
So that's
on and approach.
There's a bit of that public participation presentation about the STV voting, and on Friday the voting of 16 as well. And there's been a bit of talk at the public around that. Because I just wonder as well in there if we need to note the fact that every time since I've been around, we haven't adopted the STV, because when that voting comes up, because we have to decide what the voting is going to be for each election, and we always go through the first past the post. And there's obviously a reason why we've done that, and I wonder if we actually articulate that here, that our council has selected to do the other method.
If I may, I've supported STV voting at every one of those votes, and I think in the past it hasn't been so much of an issue with us because our elections haven't had multiple candidates, largely. But now that we've got these bigger wards and, and even this year's mayoral election with that number standing, I think first past the post isn't democratic, as our country recognised.
I think part of it needs to be, whatever system we have has got to be easy to understand, because the harder it is to understand, the less likely people are going to vote, and we're trying to encourage people to actually vote. So I think it's got to be a simple...
Well, it's also got to be fair and effective.
Councillor Keys?
And I wonder whether STV is more applicable when we have everyone is elected at large, if you like, and so if all councillors were elected at large in our area, where people would then vote for their put them in order as to what their first 12 preferences were, and so that it works, it's got more applicability then. Whereas like the old house board, we used to say, we used to say what our preference for 6 were, or you rated them all. And so, yeah, the perception out there that it is only as good as a computer generated system that it's put into that spits out the result is sort of, there's a lot more, because I would think that it's about the ratings, and so everybody, all the rating, the numbers are applied to each candidate, and so that needs a lot more explanation as to how that is actually, how it works, so that people can understand it. Like you said, it needs to be simple. So I do wonder whether, for the numbers that we are actually voting for, whether the STV gives, well, I suppose the Tuatapere, there was 12, how many candidates stood in that?
14, I think.
14, and so that might have been an interesting one to have done a test case to see if the same result came out with first past the post as if it was an STV.
But I guess as well, to your earlier point, is that one size fits all, and again our population base, we've got towns that have got 2,000, and then we've got towns that have 300, and so if you're going through at large, you could end up with weightings on your heavier populated towns, and then people miss out. So I think it's important to recognise that we do need to have that local flavour to be relevant for what we're doing. Councillor Menzies?
I think what we're supporting there is the choice to be made locally each time. So then we can be informed by anything that may change in our demographics. And just with regard to the voting age, there was associated with that recommendation to lower the voting age from memory was also a recommendation around there needs to be some civics education in the school system in order to really our younger possible members for the voting to occur. How would it be ensured that that education occurs in the education system prior to this happening, or does what is the opinion that has come around this take that over? Because to change anything in the school curriculum is a long process and may not well happen. But it would be, from my view, important to make sure that as much as possible we don't have that occur alongside the change.
Well, yeah, like you say, it needs to occur before the change and then almost be tested before the change goes through to ensure that 16-year-olds do have enough knowledge about what they're actually voting for before they do it.
Just a comment in that our judiciary seems to think that even 19-year-olds committing serious crimes, including murder, which was reduced to 4.5-year sentence, put in a remark that the hypothalamus is not fully developed. It almost feels like double standards to me. Getting 60-year-olds, getting a ready vote bank there. You need to have the same barometer when you're, judging them. You're not competent enough to judge that this is a serious crime, yet you're competent enough to elect. Sorry, yes, just my 2 cents.
As electing how are you electing criminals?
Who knows? But these are people who can't exercise the judgment for that.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Keith and then Ryan.
Interesting comment that came out of the Zone 5 and 6 meeting that I hadn't thought about, and that was a mother that was there, and she said that was another pressure that she wouldn't necessarily want for the 16-year-old because they would take the responsibility very seriously. And that's an interesting way of looking at it. And sort of along the same line of what I was just saying, people under 18 don't seem to, the police aren't interested in the bad behaviour that they're going on with because there's not much they can do about them. So it's sort of like, they're different scales. They probably wouldn't be voting those ones versus the ones that would take it a bit too seriously. So yeah, it's a bit of a minefield really. It's interesting.
That's okay.
Just following on from what everyone's saying, you have to validate these things. So proposing to lower the age to 16, I don't know if that's a good idea or not because there hasn't been enough validation. And that's an easy enough process to see the desire of, younger people in our communities to see, if they can be engaged, and history would suggest that maybe not, but then you've got to ask the question, how much effort or desire have we put into resourcing, will the community boards go to schools? Will councillors go to schools pre-election time and explain, what is it that you do? Why do we do it? It's sort of I remember going to a meeting and actually Sarah and Darren were there, and we were in and this was during the elections, and there would have been maybe 200 people in a hall. And I think I remember standing up there and looking out, and I think I counted maybe 4 heads that were not grey. And that was a fairly good barometer of where a demographic of voting people in Southland is. And I'm sure it is nationwide. But, I think validation is important. So, we've got to kind of walk the talk. Yeah.
And there was a wider issue there around where, like in Southland, we only got 47% voter turnout, and that's a fail. So it's not just 16-year-olds. We need to encourage people to vote full stop so that we're actually getting a much higher turnout. I've got buyers and then.
Thank you, Rob. Just that chapter 7, that replenishing and building on representative democracy, and then one of the first things they say is have appointed members. to appoint members when you're trying to refresh democracy, I would think is an affront to the process. It flies in the face of democracy to have someone appointing people to the boards or whatever it is. Perhaps we could put something like that in there.
I'll just keep I'll keep that in mind for when we go to those open ones. But just on this one at the moment,
Yeah, just wanted, I guess, as supposedly the youngest ever Southland District councillor, which in my mid-30s isn't even like impressive, really. That the concept of 16-year-olds, when you think about localised representation, and you've got young people in the community, they're in the community, they're aware of what's going on around them, and they're probably pretty aware of the people in their community who they can look up to and go, you know, yeah, that's a good person, that's who I'd want representing. They might not understand all the ins and outs of politics, but I don't know that many above 30-year-olds who do either. So it's not a scary thing for me to think if 16-year-olds can drive on the roads, they should be able to maybe vote representatives of the governing body that is delivering that infrastructure as well, fairly simply.
So just comment in addition to that, if we were having a discussion about making the voting age go up to 21, we'd probably be having exactly the same conversation as we're having now about reducing it. Because there's many 16-year-olds I come into contact that are more than confident of being able to make a decision and provide a vote. It's just the education, as when you're sitting your driver's licence, you know, you have that background, you have the information. That's why the education part is important to me. And if it's based in the schools and you've got that ongoing for life.
I think we should just let them grow up and be kids and don't put any pressure on them. Life gets real soon enough without forcing it on them at 16.
18-year-olds aren't voting.
40-year-olds are not voting. We just have 10% of the people turn out.
Well, I'm just going to say it's very easy to generalise about all kinds of age groups, and you could make generalisations about 85-year-olds as well if you wanted to. I haven't got a fixed opinion on it, but I do remember when it was 21-year-old voting, and I certainly believe it was necessary that it went to 18. So it's that other 2 years now, and I can see both sides of the argument, and I do think we shouldn't underestimate that other 2-year gap. Given that they can get married, they can drive on the road, they can do all those sorts of things.
I think the key is actually in the education, and the amount of people that I spoke to during that election time that didn't actually understand the role of local government.
Yeah.
It's a very misunderstood and very valuable sector, and I think part of this reform actually needs to educate the public on the value of why we're actually here, because we are here for a really good reason that a lot of people don't seem to acknowledge.
There's probably quite a few 40-year-olds that better without the vote. I mean,
so have you got enough of a out of that discussion? Have you made any changes to what you've got?
Through you, Worship. I think we can expand our comments to include generally around what may support any changes to lowering the voting age. And I think the civics education comment is probably a good general comment to that as well. Although I don't know that there was any sentiment to change what had already been written or expanding on what was there. If that's a correct assessment of the discussion.
I'm happy with it. So the next one.
Sorry, I do think we should comment on the 4-year term.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Oh, was that what you were meaning?
The 4-year term in that one. Yeah, that is in that one. Yeah, no, if we could just add in that we support the 4-year term.
Support it.
Do you not?
No. Why do you support it?
I'm sure myself.
To be able to get, if you look at, in my opinion, the last triennium, we were just coming into, as a council, we had the momentum to sort of carry on going, and then you're just sort of getting into the flow of it, and then you've got to stop and then start the whole process over again, and the whole long-term planning process and everything. I don't think you actually get the ability as a council to get enough it's risky if you've got a dodgy council on there, but if you get the right level of democracy there and the right people voted onto the table, then I think the longer you give people, the better. That's my opinion, but open to be challenged on it.
I totally agree with you. And I mean, in a national sense, not so much in a local government sense, but it's a massive waste of resources every you could save 25% on that cost alone by doing that. There's very few countries in the world that have got a 3-year term. Some of them are actually 5, but I think 4 is much more sensible.
Well, the alignment with the term, the 3-year long-term plan process I'm referring to there, I mean, that'll change. Every term it'll be, you'll come in 1 year before, then you'll be 1 year after, 2 years after.
But maybe the long-term plan process needs to change as well. Maybe we a good look at it. Yeah, I think that's part of something that needs to change too. Did you have any other comments you want to make?
I'm a bit uncomfortable about 4 years. I think it's good, healthy to have a turnover. There is a cost to it.
Is everyone else?
But, I mean, central government, at the moment, personally, I think 3 years is enough for them.
So, apart from Councillor Byers, is everyone else happy with the 4 years?
Yes.
So, recommendation 17, no, where's the next one? Scroll. Right, so we're up to recommendation 21. Unless I missed one. 19, scrolling too fast.
Oh, no, it's just outlined there, sorry.
Did you say you were going to look at that?
We'll go back to the gaps. So we'll comment on the ones that we've talked about first, and we'll go back to the gaps. So 21, central government expands its regulatory impact statement assessment to include the impacts this should be there already, on local government, and that it undertakes an assessment of regulation currently in force that it is likely to have significant future funding impacts for local government and makes funding provisions to affect the national public good benefits that accrue from those regulations. Look at the reform storm that we're currently going through with the central government silos that I don't think to this date are aware of the cumulative impact that it's having on our sector. Are there any comments on council members?
Thank you, Worship. We expect a reduction in the incidents. That could reduce by 1. I'm just wondering if it needs to be stronger and say the stopping of unfunded mandates to get the point across.
Yeah.
Unless that requires a partnership to then occur an agreement, if possible, on whether the requirements for local bodies to support any legislative changes at the central government.
We agree.
Agree.
Let Chris finish, right?
Yep, got it.
Cool. Recommendation 22, central and local government agree on arrangements and mechanisms for them to co-invest to meet community wellbeing priorities, and the central government makes funding provisions accordingly. So we're just agreeing with that, which I don't see any issue with.
There might be something in around 3 each through timing on that as well too, because it's sort of like TIF funding, that thing comes up and you've got months to put it together, and we've got no idea what the focus is going to be beforehand. That's sort of like.
So we add something in that aligns with our budgets and plans.
Time frames.
Sorry, go through it.
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, I think it comes back down to this point of appreciating the practical day-to-day requirements of how other entities are operating and being realistic in terms of timeframes. Now, again, this again comes back down to central government actually putting themselves into our shoes and appreciating that, dropping everything when there's other BAU to consider is actually not fair and not actually particularly democratic. And it doesn't allow for democracy to really play out.
Correct, and actually has an effect on the outcome because they're not getting the right information fed to them because we're under so much pressure to actually.
Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here to do. We're not here to do a job poorly. We're here to do it mindfully and with quality and purpose. Not in a slapdash way that's not going to truly reflect what our communities want and what we want to deliver and what we want to, because it all creates perception. You know, things done in a rush don't create a good perception of things that are done well. So.
And just picking up on that, and we've had considerable feedback from our communities on the lack of opportunity for the consultation process to not just once over the previous 3 years, but several times. And some of that's due to the short time frame. Due to the lack of information provided to local bodies about key legislation in order to be able to go out and do that properly, considering the expense and time associated with that.
Yeah. Good enough of a steer on that one. Now we've got recommendation 23 that central government develops an intergenerational fund for climate change with the application of the fund requiring appropriate regional and local decision-making input. We broadly agree with it, but believe that regional and local decision-making input is genuinely required, not simply when it was deemed appropriate.
When you're saying generally, Your Worship, I was thinking of genuinely
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. And that whole inequitable funding outcomes based on location, we always seem to be suffering at that statement.
So maybe on that basis, through Your Worship, we make some reference to unconscious bias.
Is there anything else anyone wanted to add to that one? And really fast, what about to recommendation 25?
We're at 24.
I skipped over 24. Central government reviews relevant legislation to enable councils to introduce new funding mechanisms.
Yeah. Are they meaning a casino or what?
Like what's written here that is very
yeah, new funding mechanisms. It strikes me that it's still the same people paying. And if they can't afford it in one system, they can't afford it in another, is it?
I think we've got to be conscious as well of the references to congestion charging and a whole lot of things that aren't even close to being applicable in our area too.
And thank you, Your Worship. That was my point, is sort of equity between councils, being able to look at other options for funding. Side rating, there's not a lot available.
Because I think the key as well is rather than funding the taxpayer / ratepayer with another stream, it's actually local government getting more share of the taxes that are already getting taxed on people to spend locally. Yeah. So we're not actually charging people a third time for
targeting specific industry to have some funding coming in.
Through Your Worship, while not losing sight of that, while it says redesigning long-term planning, looking at one of our major industries is tourism, as we talked about earlier, and if one of the provisos is that we want to encourage more and more visitors to this region, then maybe a user pays system in terms of a roading tax levy or something like that could be another way of looking at revenue from outside coming in.
I guess that's one of the potential under this. So we're saying we want to be able to have a look at that as an example, or any other way.
Or just on that, the visitors, overseas visitors are paying the visitor levy. And so if that was to be applied, surely that should flow back through as to where the visitors go to.
And we've got technology now to actually track where a lot of people are going. So we can actually
Particularly in lower populated areas. It's almost the reverse of the congestion, isn't it? That you've only got a few people to pay for many people coming. Well, it doesn't. If you don't have a way of charging them, it doesn't.
So have we got enough of a steer on that one, Chris? A couple of changes here? Thank you. Looking at 25. This is to Councillor Duffy's question before. Central government agencies pay local government rates and charges on all properties, where they have a good contribution if DOC was being charged at the moment, given the two national parks that we have. And also given the fact that under the new water services legislation bill, where the water treatment facilities and the likes are, that they're proposing that they won't be paying rates on those. So.
For schools, wouldn't it? Because the schools get charged the pen tax.
Oh, I'm not 100% sure.
Schools are charged a reduced pen tax.
Depends where they are. Schools in Queenstown Lake have to pay toilet taxes and all sorts of things.
So we're happy with the answer that we've got there?
Just as long as it includes all DOC land.
You happy with that one, Councillor Duffy, the answer we've got there?
Yeah.
All right. Any further feedback building an equitable, sustainable funding and financing system on the next page? So we note that there may be opportunities to explore models which include a greater level of public-private partnership for local government, efficient and cost-effective infrastructure and services. We're happy with that. We're not at the end, getting close to.
I think it wouldn't hurt actually in that greater level to include the word genuine, because I've seen examples where it's touted, but actually the practice is not that. Yeah.
Sorry, could you just refer back to where you are now, please?
So we're on chapter 11 now, page, when it comes up on my tablet, 39.
Thank you.
Halfway forward.
Yeah, got you.
Everyone happy with what's written there? Take the silence as acceptance.
I've kind of got a caveat in that one.
Yeah, caveat away.
I guess yes, all for the opportunity for greater level of genuine public-private partnership. But I think the way it needs to be engaged in needs to be provide the opportunity for the wider private sector to also have the opportunity to be involved in that, because that statement in itself could be a risk of a strategy to be put in place within the private and public sector, but not kind of an opportunity of a strategy to be put in place for the private sector to tender on. That might just be my interpretation, but it also needs to be genuine, as Paul says, but also, I guess, transparent and fair with opportunities to the wider, private sector, or opportunity to enter into this realm, not necessarily for those that are already making up the list.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Through all my reading of this, I can't help get out of my head the Shand report, which came out years ago, and we were all ecstatic about, because it sort of identified all these shortfalls and how local government was funding and all the rest of it. And it disappeared into the wide blue yonder and never be seen again. And I just think perhaps, I don't know, I'm not saying I don't know how we worded that, but this could be another similar thing.
Very much so. I think we're going to have to, as a sector, actually, if we want this to be implemented, or a version of this to be implemented, because I think there's going to be final amendments to be made after the report, but we are going to have to drive it ourselves and push it. So that's got to the end of all the ones we have submitted on. So Councillor Boller talked about question number 7. I think it was number 7, was it?
It's replenishing and building representative democracy. And then
what page is that?
18 on this book.
So what question
30.
does it relate to?
30.
Chapter 7. Replenishing and building on representative democracy.
Page 33 on the OP page.
Replenishing and building on representative democracy, and then having up to 50% members being appointed. I'm not sure why. Well, it doesn't seem to gel with replenishing democracy.
It does it to me. I think we need to understand the difference between government and governance. There's two different things. And yeah.
Councillor Menzies?
Thank you, Worship. Just in terms of having appointed members, though, certainly for non-bodies, obviously the process has strength as well. But I wonder, in terms of the breadth of our area and the representation, it could reduce the actual community representation significantly if the numbers are still at 12. So I'd be concerned about the numbers that may well be appointed in this process. And comments from community, while we haven't consulted on this, are often about the importance of having that local contact and how we can support both those concepts. I think will be quite challenging.
So I guess there's 2 avenues we could take. We could put an outright saying that we don't support that at all, or we could say that what we do support is a localised decision around any of this, that it can be fit for purpose for whichever council decides how they want to do it. And in our case, we may not want to do it, and we have the ability to not do that, where it may work somewhere else. So do we want to ask for flexibility so that we can decide locally? Or do you want to be more stronger in saying no as a New Zealand
I
thing?
would be saying no to the whole thing, but
Which one are we looking at then? I'm looking at different one.
Yes, I'm not following which recommendation you're looking at, please.
Chapter 3.
Chapter 7, replenishing and building on representative democracy.
Yes, but which recommendation are you looking at, please?
20, I think.
So I'm on the last
20.
page 33. Recommendation 20, yep, correct. Sorry.
Thank you.
So do we, yeah.
I would not agree with this. I was right. I was looking at something else, at another. It seems to me as if the same question has been asked in different places and within this very same flavor. Consider additional option for street
The detail of how that would work is not in here. So who appoints those people? Was that central government appointing those people as they did in the past with area health boards, district health boards? So then that power to look at that local democracy for what constitutes that becomes taken away from the local level altogether. And what is it that's trying to address and going through that process? Because there's also recommendations in there about the provision of education to elected members.
Yeah.
And so that's about upskilling. As well as concerns.
So I think, do we put the comments in the very last bit on page 33? And I guess it's, do we do the general, let councils decide locally what they want to do, and with the absence of further information as to how this will be implemented, we are not in a position to actually comment, but we insist that it needs to be able to be decided on locally. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Yeah.
I've got some mixed feelings about it. I see examples where actually appointments to these types of things actually add a lot of strength to it because of the people that they select from. And it's all about the circumstances. And I mean, I've sat on a thing for a number of years, well, a couple of them, where it has been appointments. And one thing I notice is that the difference between that and democratically elected, not that I'm against democracy, but elected people have think about the future and get voted on again. Appointed people are there for a term and generally act in the best interests of the organisation. You know,
a prime example is sitting in the back corner of the room at the moment.
Yeah, well, he's one probably on good days. So yeah, I just think we can be a bit broad brush with the thinking on that line.
I think if we're allowing for the flexibility to decide locally when and where it's relevant, then that does allow for that to happen.
I agree with you. It covers what you were saying, that if the elected ones feel that there's a need, then they make an appointment. You're not stopping the appointment, but it'll be a decision that's made locally.
Oh, were there any other chapters that anyone had any specific feelings on wanted to discuss?
Yeah, the remuneration one.
So what page is that?
Well, it's recommendation 17.
So that's
31, I think.
31, yeah. Right.
It's just that I feel that the Stewart Island Community Board as such is very heavily disadvantaged on the remuneration. They run a power station, they run a whole series of wharves. They spend a hell of a lot of time working, and yet they're the lowest paid community board. But based on a population base, you know, there's only 400 people, but the workload on those people is high. And I'm sure there are other parts of the country that would be in.
Well, that actually not just reflects Stewart Island, it actually reflects Southland and New Zealand Inc. scale as well. And when you look at what we're receiving as opposed to an Auckland Community Board chair earns nearly as much as the mayor in Southland. So yeah, there isn't, and if you look at our workload at the moment, I mean, we're having almost weekly council meetings at the moment, and what's the time now? 3:20, and we're still going. So we do have quite a hefty workload, and yeah, it needs to be reflective. So what do we want to put in the comment?
Through you, Worship, that workload is going to increase, not decrease.
Correct.
And you know, look at the certainly I would support what John has just said in terms of community board input. And you know, Fiordland Community Board has had a significant workload with things like managing COVID, managing the flooding and those types of things as well. So definitely supportive of actually looking at this.
Have you got something you can put in there, Chris, or do you want a bit more?
There's plenty. Yeah, thank you.
Anything else anyone's got on their mind?
Yes.
Just
right at the bottom, the consent for us to be
made publicly available.
Yeah. Is there a reason for that?
No, I think we probably should.
Yeah. And also with name published. So it would be yes.
Everyone agree with having our name published and having it visible on the website?
Our discussions today are in public,
exactly.
So carry on.
Yeah, through you, Worship. I'm not sure why that one was selected. No, I think it was just a default setting on the radio.
Well, what we might do is take a quick break, and then Chris can sort of have a look around the recommendations, and we can stretch our legs and have a quick cuppa. So the minutes in E and G, and so I wouldn't mind changing G to the mayor and the deputy. I think the Mayor and the Chief Executive. Rather than listing everything out, which would be a whole nother report in itself. Is everyone comfortable with doing that? And then the full submission will come to the next council meeting in the minutes and
be appended to the minutes.
is everyone happy with recommendations A through to G? Someone in a position to move? Thank you, Councillor Ruddencorp, Councillor Menzies, all in favour? Aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Back to us again, Chris. Thanks everybody. That was good discussion.
If I might, just before you finish that subject, I'd just like to publicly express thanks to the Future for Local Government panel that came south at our request, came to Lumsden last week, specifically because we asked them and we said that there's a lot of interest in Southland, there's a lot of elected members considering the community boards, and so I'm personally very grateful that they came, and I think it was a worthwhile engagement, and again, just wanted to acknowledge their effort.
Okay, we have 9.2 on page 3. So you've got the additional item on your hub, so it's not actually on your agenda. The water services legislation bill submission that Chief Executive has been doing a lot of work on over the last few days, so I'll hand it over to Cameron.
Thank you, Your Worship. Another council meeting, another submission. It's got a bit of a pattern to it, I'm afraid. Right, a very quick background for the new players. The water reform's been underway now for a couple of years, and significantly in November last year, the bill was passed which brings the water services entities into existence and basically locks in the process for the transfer of the assets and the debt for 1 July 2024. So this next bill, and the one we're going to quickly talk about the submission for, is really about the how does that come into effect. And this bill seeks to change a whole lot of legislation to try and tie up some of the loose ends. The Water Services Bill Act, was passed in, I think, towards the end of November, and almost immediately this amending legislation was introduced with a select committee process that, or the submissions process actually ended for the public already, ended last week, or part of this week, and we get an extra week as local government to submit, but it basically closes on Friday. So the submission draft in front of you, I guess, recognises that Southland District Council puts most of its effort into delivering services for the community of Southland, and we actually don't have a huge team of policy writers. So the submission, while has an element of technical, in fact, I kind of ended up at the point where it's not for us to write the legislation. It's an opportunity for council to say, actually, these are the things that have emerged out of the bill, and more importantly, from a chief executive and organisational point of view, the implementation of the three waters is having a very significant toll on the organisation because of the information requests, which are mandatory. But also, as this particular bill has come out, it has shown that the implementation of the Three Waters program might not be quite as crisp as was originally envisaged, and that a fair number and a yet to be decided number of measures may be left with local government on an interim basis. So my advice to you as the Chief Executive is that that makes it exceptionally hard for me to plan how we would run the organisation, given the variable nature of what those demands might be and the uncertainty even within the particular bill that's in front of us. So if I just step through the little bit of the background, I wouldn't mind just stepping through a couple of the points in the draft submission. And I also will then hand it over to His Worship for modifications that you might like to make. But Council has taken the view today that we don't like the process. You don't like the process, you don't like the lack of choice. But in the preliminary work that Council undertook, there was actually a lot of effort put into seeing whether a Southland response, a wider Southland response, on the region, or an Otago Southland response might be able to come up with an economics model to try and keep a bit of a local entity that could deliver. And that work proved that Otago Southland on its own wouldn't be able to meet the standard. And the Te Mata Arawai, which is the name of the new water services regulator which came into existence, the Crown entity came into existence in 2021. Now that that exists, we are no longer in the same situation that Council was some time ago. The standards are going up and the regulator has real power. So Council's taken the view that actually we don't have much choice, we don't particularly like that, but we'll work our way through. And Council was very clear in point 3, the process was unreasonable and loss of local voice keenly felt, and previous submissions have certainly made that point. But the implementation of that reform now is not only putting those demands on us, but DIA now has oversight and can overturn your decisions with respect to Three Waters, subject to a few parameters. But you're actually still responsible under the Local Government Act. And that seems in an unreasonable position to be in, given that you're accountable to the ratepayers, and yet DIA has decision-making power or veto power over you, but without any accountability, and that just seems a bit unreasonable. We've just spent quite a few hours recognising the pressures that's coming from all of the change agenda, and the difficulty we have as an organisation dealing with all the submissions and the complexity. But up till now, Council has accepted that the architects of this reform could deliver, and a pragmatic position of Council was, okay, well, we don't get to choose, but we'll find a way to work with it, because the people of Southland, the residents of Southland who currently have those services, need to be represented in the final entity. It's an important piece of work to make sure that Southland isn't overlooked. However, the way that legislation has come out and then being implemented, DIA in effect has the decision-making and adjudication power over any dispute, and that just seems unreasonable. So that includes the extent of the asset values or the extent of the debt value. It extends to the assessment of, so if we were left with providing some of the services on behalf of the entity, how much Council might be recompensed for that actually can be decided by the Minister or DIA. So that sort of normal balance of being able to negotiate, mediate, agree a position, just feels as though that that's an imbalance. It just doesn't feel quite right. So in point 7, and this is touching on a whole lot of things that come out of the bill or the implementation program. In this draft, basically, rather than, while there is a bit of meat to the back of it, rather than try to come up with the correct wording to make sure that the legislation works, actually just to say that Council doesn't support anything that delays the transfer in its completeness, because otherwise you are left in an unreasonable position of still having some responsibilities and not necessarily getting recompense for them. And that certainly should not leave the billing for the consumers of the new entity with the council, because you can imagine the difficulty consumers are going to have if the bills are coming from council. They're going to assume that the transition hasn't happened, that it's still your responsibility to deliver. There are provisions within this that aren't actually fully well understood about how territorial authorities could actually get charged for stormwater matters, or and unfortunately I can't give you a lot of advice around that, because some of the stuff's still being developed as they go along, and the expectation that there might be some sort of relationship agreement between a territorial authority and the water services entity isn't spelled out well enough, or to date might not give us confidence that balance would be anywhere near equal. The bill appears to provide the water services entity to be exempt from rating Three Waters assets. At the moment we do rate our own. Actually, it's not a huge amount of money for Southland District at the moment, somewhere between 1 and 200,000 for us. It's not a large amount of money. For Dunedin, it's 8 million. So that's money that they would unexpectedly now have to find from rates on everybody else. We say in principle not rating something that's currently rated, but that's a new development in the, it wasn't previously indicated that that's how they imagined this all working. We're saying, this draft is anyway saying that actually we would look for that. And who knows what in the future those values might be. So it might not be a large amount of money for us at the moment, but that doesn't mean that we should concede that. In this bill, it also provides for government to be exempt from connection charges to infrastructure, and in principle, we don't think that's fair. And that last point, at the moment, the determination of debt or asset values or other disputes, that power sits within DIA, and there doesn't seem to be any way to have an appeal. So, in principle, I think we get to that. So, finally, in that this submission basically says, live up to your promise. The proponents of the Three Waters were pretty convincing about how they believed this could work. From Council's point of view, that would be good to see that delivered on time. And not have a situation where ratepayers and consumers end up paying twice, paying the water services entity and council still being lumped with costs that have to be passed on in the form of rates. And that the constitution for Entity D, that Entity D Takiwara, or the Entity D region, which aligns with the Ngaitahu settlement boundary, that constitution is the thing that drives how Entity D will behave, and what objectives that company has to meet, and that should incorporate those principles that are shared with Ngaitahu. And those are the principles that were listed in previous submissions. So those are the ones about the assets not being sold into private ownership and trying to retain local service provision at a local level. Because one of the concerns, obviously, along the way was that centralisation of service would essentially see an entity operating out of a central South Island location, but a small community in Southland who rely on that service being provided locally. There was a real concern that just wouldn't happen, that connection wouldn't happen. And finally, having referred to Te Mata Arawai earlier on, it's just actually really important that the Select Committee understands that not proceeding with the Three Waters in the way that it was envisaged puts council in an untenable position. You're all very keenly aware of the amount of money that was spent on a single waste treatment scheme in Te Anau Manapori, and you're also keenly aware that there's a number of others in the Southland District that are not far behind it in terms of those spends. And so if we were to take a number, even if it was as cheap as 30 million per scheme, we're talking about, we know that ratepayer base, it's too small to sustain that. So I guess this is penned in a way that it's an opportunity to talk to a select committee and address it as though they don't necessarily know all of the things that you know, because this is a different select committee than the last one. The last one was the Health Select Committee, but this one's the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee. There are actually two bills, and the other one's to do with the economic regulation. Economic regulation was also part of the reform. There are a couple of comments in the back of the submission relating to that, because that is actually out of our area of expertise. The submission doesn't spend much time on that. And in fact, I suspect most of local government is in the same position, that we don't have a lot to do with economic regulators. It's not a core activity for the council business, so I wasn't able to, and certainly in the time frame, wasn't able to get much more than's in here. So on page possibly 5, certainly 5 on my written printed one, but page 2 of the draft submission. So those key concerns, there's point 10, those key concerns relate, and this is coming out of the bill as well, relate to an unworkable relationship between the authorities and the water services entities, because there are some really significant matters around spatial planning and around stormwater, and that stuff does need to be worked out. And if that relationship agreement is on the basis of the existing performance, then it's important that we flag that that's a real challenge. So that was A. B, about objecting to those costs being left with local government, and that concern in C around the ability for the water services entities potentially not to pay rates, and that is a real surprise to everybody in the sector. And then number 11 is actually this thing that has actually bedeviled the process. A number of things that are unspecified that then come back later to be potentially disadvantageous to the sector. So rather than go through the rest of it, Your Worship, I'm happy to try to deal with any questions or listen to amendments that you would like. Oh, no, wait, sorry, one more thing. On the 9th of February, the National Transition Unit contacted us to query the Land Drainage Act of 1935, Southland Land Drainage Act of 1935. You might not realise, but there is a piece of legislation specifically to land drainage in Southland. As part of this transition, the entity is looking at removing that, and they sounds like they are intending that they remove that as part of the implementation of this bill. Having raised that with us, they've asked us what we think about that and suggested that we might like to put our response in the submission that we put in on Friday.
In this one, see this one.
So I'm just letting you know that they have raised it. I am not able to put it in the submission because I don't even understand the question, let alone give you any guidance on what that is. We will signal to them that we need to work on that, and we'll come back to them later. But that gives you just another little glimpse into the chaos that this is creating and the real difficulty. Somebody spoke earlier on about Sarah spoke earlier on about things done in haste. And sorry, Councillor Green, sorry.
Could we ask for their legal opinion that they have on the basis of removing the legislation? Share that with us?
We certainly could. I believe they believe it to be superseded, and given that this is not on the bill, they just tidy up the whole of stuff at the same time. But I'd love to give you more advice on that. All I can do is tell you that we are aware now of the question, but I suspect that we may bring a report back at a later date, but all we'll do in the submission is note the placeholder that Council hasn't had a chance to consider that yet.
Mr. Chair, I'm assuming that 1935 Act, historical Act, is because none of us know what the Act is, or would it be is it a disadvantage to not have it? Is my question.
I'd love to, I'd really love to be able to give you some decent advice. If stormwater carries over completely to the entity as is kind of envisaged and not kind of half left with us, as it also looks like it's been intimated, then I'd kind of like to tell you that's their problem. We don't need a Drainage Act anymore because it's all on them.
Yeah, right.
Because I'm not clear about where those boundaries are, and because so many things are undefined, and also because I'm sorry, I don't actually know what the Land Drainage Act of 1935 actually specifically covers. I'm loath to give you any other advice except to tell you that we have it.
We had a claim under it, didn't we? Not
yeah. It has arisen once or twice, and that's in the case of neighbours, fall to other neighbours, sort of thing.
Yes.
In a farming sense.
I mean, I understand it in a very general sense that but these things matter for moving forward, and I don't want to give you general advice when something could be significant. So
yeah. So there's two words to me that spring to mind, and thank you very much for that submission. Actually, Cameron, I know it took a lot of work, and it's actually very thorough. And those two words are good faith. And when this whole reform started, we were told that it was going to be done in good faith, and we were asked to voluntarily take part in this reform on good faith. And this reform's finishing like it started, and I'm still yet to see any good faith from the government. And it's been a very one-sided level of good faith. It's very frustrating. And for this latest 1935 report to come through with this short amount of time, given the amount of time that we already had to put into getting this submission done, is actually feels like they're giving permission for the Chief Executive to put 4-letter words in the submission to them, because that's how I feel. It's not reflective of the type of partnership that they talk about in the future following government reform, and working together and doing this joint approach and stuff. This is the polar opposite. So yeah, I mean, my frustrations throughout this process are still there, as strong as they were in the start, and all those risks that we identified as an organisation at the start of this whole reform are coming into fruition now, and we're looking at the lack of detail, haphazard, the building the aeroplane as it's being flown, but all of a sudden we're getting these things flying in at us. Oh, by the way, now you're going to do this. Oh, now you're going to be looking after the billing. Oh, and the debt's only transferring over a period of 5 years, but the assets are going to transfer straight away. And all of these things that should have been well and truly thought about prior to this coming through. So it's, to Sarah's point before, it's a rushed reform and there's going to be consequences. And to this submission, I think it's really important that they make their bed and they sleep in it. They wanted to take it all, they take it all and make it work without expecting us to pick up the pieces throughout the... Anyway, I could rant all day about it. So Councillor Granny, get your hand up there.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. This is partly a question and I guess for clarification in all the confusion of this. It would appear to me, and it's just not 100% evident, that that the whole reporting of any water issues by ratepayers has not actually been mentioned here, i.e. if there's a request for service, what actually happens in that situation in terms of, because I understand that, you know, it's inferred that local government council will be responsible for managing the rates element of it, but what about the day-to-day in terms of that confusion?
The accountability of it.
Well, no, you know, if there's a leak in the water main in Tiana, who do you call? What's that also appears to be a great big void of confusion as well.
Thank you, and that would be exacerbated if we are still responsible for the billing. My understanding is the entity, I'm very reluctant to speak on their behalf because I'm not able to, but those requests for service and that response is certainly something that the entity understands. But and I'd like to believe that the consumer protection part covered off that stuff as well, but I'm afraid I'm just not over that enough to know. But even with a clean transition on 1 July, and by the way, one of the other things that's causing a few headaches is it's a relatively minor matter for the entity, but potentially significant for us is whether the transition, and it sounds minor, but it might not be, whether the transition actually happens at 1 o'clock, 12:01 on the 1st of July, or whether it actually happened at 11:59 the night before, changes what our balance sheet might look like, for example. So there are serious implications for some of the stuff that is actually being worked out, and it's adding to our tension and stress. So I'm really sorry, I can't give you confidence that I know the answer to your question.
That's okay. So I have a couple of further comments, and I don't know whether you'll be able to answer these either. Another observation around this is very much around make a comment that potentially staff are going to be required to produce 2 LTPs, and who actually pays for that. And I actually want to acknowledge the whole human resources and staff space as part of this. When one business transitions into another, you know, and it's looked at in the private sector, it's a really unsettling time for people. And I think we should acknowledge. I think it should be acknowledged that it is completely unfair from a people perspective and from a people management perspective to be leaving people in an unknown space. And I can talk from personal experience, having been through a couple of redundancies. When you have this level of confusion and you are not providing information and communicating with people, it creates a massive degree of uncertainty. And I think that's probably something that should be also raised in here. It's not just the practical elements of it, it's actually the human factor that should be brought into this. And, you know, here we are in a world where, you know, we out of confusion should come clarity, and yet we are getting no clarity whatsoever at the moment.
That good faith comes into it again, because we have obligations as an employer to act in good faith of our employees, and this is taking us down the line that we don't have any control over as well with the well-being of the staff. Is there any further?
Sorry, I know you want to crack on with this, but I had a really weird dream last night. Did we sign a memorandum of understanding with the government around the Three Waters submission? And was it around $13 million? And if that was the case, are there any caveats associated with this water services legislation bill?
So I wasn't in your dream last night, but I suspect you're talking to the better of funding. Is that what?
Yeah.
The 13 million that came right at the start.
Right at the start. So there were, I think there were 3 councils within New Zealand that signed an MOU.
No. So right at the very start, it was voluntary to opt in or opt out, and every single council opted in, and there was the $13 million, call it what you want, carrot that come for that. So all the councils in New Zealand have followed through with all of the good faith transactions throughout it. There are 3 councils that have challenged the legislation in court, so there's a separate process outside of local government. They've gone through and done a separate, so that's totally separate to that, but all the other councils have still gone through with the legislation. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Byles?
Oh, well, I think this is a terrible piece of legislation. It does nothing for the well-being of communities to be taking away such vital infrastructure. But I'm wondering a few things. Does Maryland seems to be exempt from water services charges? Just one point. And they do talk on that first bill, or the one that you're looking at, they talk about providing plans and how they're going to do this and that. And then on that economic bill, they're trying to limit the possibilities of excessive profits. And then soon after that, they're making an exemption for providing sensitive information. So that's only just a couple of things that popped out of it. There's so many disturbing things in this legislation. I don't know where you would start as far as your submission goes. They're probably not going to look at it anyway.
But the CEU's, the submission that we've got now is fairly well encompassing on, I guess, the process and the things that it's carrying through the general feeling that we've had all the way through. Are you comfortable with that kind of, that high level?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good submission, actually. I just wanted to put those 2 things in there if you wanted to.
Well, to your first point, that's already the case now with that land isn't rated for. So I think that's irrespective of the Three Waters, that fits under a whole different category.
Well, perhaps we could encourage them to, why is it that they're putting in a provision to supposedly try and restrict excessive profits?
Yeah, well, that needs to be the fundamental for the whole. There shouldn't be profit made out of.
Precisely. What is this organisation? What's it doing?
There's not much of a question to
be totally perfect. They basically don't want the water services entities to be making excessive profits at the expense of the consumers. That feels not unreasonable. Remember across the entity detail, there is a whole heap to do. So we want to see those standards lifted. We want to see that equipment replaced. We want to make sure that development can happen in the right places. That actually the promises, and I don't mean that unkindly. Actually, if as presented, it was delivered, it actually had some merit, It's not, and for our council with our small ratepayer base, and, that's come up a number of times in this morning's meeting about the extent of our infrastructure and the size of our rate-paying base, actually, the proposal has some merit. The frustration that you're hearing from me and on behalf of a fair number of people in my position is the implementation and the sort of erosion of that ideal as we get closer to it, and the fact that just seems to be less and less materialising. So I'm certainly not in favour of the regulator being in a position that, sorry, not the regulator, the entity being in a position that it could make excessive profits when there's so much to be done.
How about no profits?
Exactly.
I've just got so Councillor Wilson, Duffy, and then Menzies.
That's right. I've got one recommendation, one question, and one observation. Have the patience for that. I think the submission's really good. Comment 8. I just wonder whether it's worth actually specifying those 2 comments Cameron made of ensuring the assets can't be privatised and we ensure that localised service level based on those principles, whether adding to that statement of the principles shared with Ngāi Tahu could actually be specified in that submission. That's just my thought. The question I had is when it comes to the debts and the assets shifting across to the entity, what provisions are there to also shift across the information on plan works that have already been consulted with the community? So, for example, Lumsden's had a stormwater upgrade that's been, from what I have gathered some information and talked to staff about, it's been deferred, it's been put off, and then it's going to end up in a different entity. So does that whole process of the community needs this, wants this, it's budgeted this, put money forward for this, then it's no longer happening and it's the entity's problem? How much of that consultation up to that point is actually in a position to be handed on to the entity?
So I can certainly help with some of that. So basically the asset management plans and the programs have been already handed over even before the entity came into existence in November. They were trying to do an asset program, a work program, so that they could see what it was they were taking over. And those are the demands, I call them the demands, I mean the information requests, but those have covered what are the assets, what's their rating base, what's the bylaw information, what's the computer system, people situation, and others that are not forgotten. And some of those have come on top of each other, and some of them ask for information they've already had. But in fairness to the entities, they're doing their best to try and get that information so that they don't start on 1 July and then say, right, what are we here for? So I can understand their challenge, but what has been underestimated is the enormous drain on the sector, and of course part of that is the transfer of some of those people, and the kind of people that they're asking to do that with, the people that need the delivery now for the services that we're currently doing. So that is part of that contract. But no, there is they are making reasonable efforts to make sure that they capture that information. There is a real concern, and it comes through across the sector, about what about future growth demand. And that's why we've been trying to do that work on regional spatial planning, so that we can feed that into those future plans for the water services entity, because that, there's always been a concern that that'll get a bit competitive.
Just that observation again. I only, like it sounds, many just did learn about the Southland land drainage, and thinking of that same Lumsden stormwater system, knowing that a lot of it is actually natural creeks, then some areas of human infrastructure on stormwater, and then back to natural creeks and things. there's potential that a lot of the ability for council to get in and maintain some of those creeks that are deemed to be stormwater fall under this act. So if that act was to be repealed and a flooding event came, and if council didn't have the ability to step in and actually, there's a lot of, I've only just skim read in 4 minutes some of that act, but that it seems like that may be a piece of legislation that gives council quite a lot of power to enact on things that the community might need at quite a different time potentially. So is there a plan in place to, we just learned about this today, but is there a plan in place to nail down this act and what the ramifications of what they've asked about?
So Mrs. Parfitt and I were discussing that before late this morning when we both became aware of the request. So we need to find that out. We need to bring that through. I don't want to give it up lightly. The implications of it not being there, again, I just don't know enough about how this might unfold. But if council didn't have that act anymore and couldn't do the work you're talking about, and they did it instead, but then build council, I'd kind of want you to know that that might be a consequence before we rush into that answer.
Right, Councillor Duffy and then Councillor Lynch.
I'm quite a supporter of the whole Three Waters concept in line too with what Cameron was saying earlier, and that's largely or totally informed by the Morrison Lowe report that the Otago Council's commissioned and the recommendations in that. But of course, we're seeing that there's huge implementation issues, and I believe that the submission as it's been written is absolutely excellent and written. Their position, and of course it's not the end. This is the start rather than the end, isn't it? That we get the chance to orally submit after this. So,
yeah. And certainly I'm suggesting that we do request that, and His Worship and Deputy, or I'll welcome the opportunity myself to talk to the committee.
That will definitely be taken up. Councillor Menzies.
Thank you, Bishop. I just want to comment on, I think the submission is very well written, clear, succinct, and leaves no room for doubt in terms of the interpretation. I just with regard to that land drainage act, I would have thought that they would have had information, legal advice on that act and what might mean to change that, and that they have a duty to share that with us if that's the case. And that principle applies to anything that we've got further information on in terms of sharing that with us, because that's what partnership is about.
Oh, it looks like we might be in the position to look at the recommendations. And quite interestingly, we normally brush over recommendations B and C, but just given the discussion that we've been having, it's not lost to me that we're determining that this is be recognised as not significant in terms of Section 76 of the Local Government Act, and it's significant. It's actually, and I just think back to the start of this whole process and the fact that the Local Government Act actually prevents us from transferring assets into an entity, and I haven't seen that actually addressed yet. No, at the risk of making this long meeting go even longer, I just got a question around that. It might be a question for another day, but are we actually, when we're saying that this is not significant, is it not significant?
The answer, well, that's my belief, because in fact, council doesn't get to choose about the transfer of the assets and the debt. It was made, that's a government decision. And the fact that council couldn't decide it, for the very reason, as you observed, that actually you can't. You can't make a decision to disadvantage your own council. So I think that actually might be part of the answer as to why the idea that councils could all go and consult and then choose. I think that was an idea that they thought might work, and then they realised that actually you can't. Which is why the choice was one of the reasons taken away. in terms of council's significance policy, which is really what that relates to.
Yeah.
Making a submission.
Yeah.
Is an
fine,
important
yeah.
jump, as you say, but you aren't actually spending any money other than the cost of airfares. You aren't. There's nothing in here that actually affects the matters that you have a choice over your balance sheet or over your operations. So that's why it's not. These are where these words sometimes have a meaning that in normal terms, we would say that's a significant matter for us. But actually, in these terms, it's my advice. It's not significant in terms of the act. It's important. It's there's, as you can tell, there's a fair bit of sentiment behind it, and you're also now in a position that you're representing a community that doesn't have a say, but does care about it. So I agree about you raising the question, but unfortunately, it's still not.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, but I think I think it's pertinent to actually looking at those two. We quite often brush over those two, B and C quite often, and sorry, Councillor.
Well, can I just ask a question? Would it achieve anything if okay, it's not significant, however, is very important to our council or something along those lines, so that we're not seen as downplaying it in any way? I mean, I know it's about the legislation and all those things, but does that achieve anything if we added something like that?
I think you've made the point. To be honest,
but it does actually, again, it highlights the fact that we're actually, through no choice of our own, acting against the actual act that we're supposed to be working under. So, yeah, it's sorry, Councillor Menzies.
So I'm just wondering if we're agreeing also that we'll appear before the Select Committee.
Yeah, that's a good one to actually add on there. So if we can put an E on there as well. That,
It's a wee bit.
Sorry, Councillor.
A wee bit like saying it's not significant for a lamb when he's walking up the ramp to the freezing work.
Cool. So we've got A through to D with a new E saying that we agree to appear before the Select Committee in person.
I've slipped in the end of D will be appended to the minutes, the final submission will be appended to the minutes.
So D's getting extended to the final submission will be appended to the minutes.
So who do you want to agree to appear before the Select Committee?
All
of you, or the Mayor and the CE?
The Mayor, the CE and the Deputy. The Mayor and the CE to decide at the time it comes, something along those lines.
Yeah,
We don't know if the Select Committee's roaming around or...
Yeah.
Agrees to appear before the Select Committee with Mayor and CE to decide on who appears.
So someone in a position to move A through to D and the new E?
Rob, is there any appetite to add those, specify those components?
So adding in the...
Do I need to move that as an amendment potentially? I don't know if anyone else.
I noted them, Councillor, because the delegation discussed that on the way through with His Worship. We'll capture that.
So I've got moved by Councillor Menzies, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Well, thank you once again, Cameron, and thanks everyone. That was a really, really good discussion on a very... And the risk management workshop, given the time of the day and the level of our available concentration, is going to be postponed once again. Sorry to Jane. Thank you for your understanding. To the finance and insurance meeting.
Set an example, you see.
The stage left. And on that note, I will take the close and
Ata whai o te tātou ariki, ihu, ka raiti, me te araha o te atua, me te whiwhina tahitanga, me te wairua tapu. Ake, ake, ake. Amen.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.